Welcome everyone to a rarity. It's a Saturday night stream with Ninty Prime. Let's go.
Hey, how are you beautiful people doing on this fine weekend? Oh boy, do you know what today is? Do you even know what today is? Yeah, it's May 22nd, right? Yeah, okay, yeah, the Bucks won a playoff game today. Cool, whatever. The Nets are currently losing to the Boston Celtics. Okay, cool, whatever, right? Whatever, who cares? Brewers even won today. Doesn't really matter. None of that stuff is important in the grand scheme. What is important is we are officially 3 weeks away from E3. Come on. Come on. We know. 3 weeks, right? Yeah. 3 weeks away from E3. Can you guys believe it that we made it this far? Now, I usually don't stream on weekends, right? I usually don't. I'm not a weekend live streamer. Weekend's time for my family, all that jazz. And I didn't make a video today. Usually I would get like a quick video out in the morning, and then that's it for the weekend, right? I would just do, I'd spend like an hour maybe, get some tossed together. I'll have something tossed together on Friday to put out over the weekend and call it a day. But decided to do a stream today for a couple of reasons. One, my fiance and my daughter were gone at my sister's wedding shower all day, and my boys drove me insane. So my fiance got home, and I said, "Hey, I kind of feel like I want to stream tonight." And she said, "Go for it." So here I am, and of course, since it's 3 weeks from E3, we're going to talk about E3. We're going to talk about leaks and rumors, all the stuff we've been covering. Maybe some new stuff. We'll see. We'll be talking about some stuff from Mr. Game Over Jesse's channel. I think I saw him in the chat earlier. Shout out to Mr. Game Over Jesse. Go subscribe to him if you are not. We're talking about Nintendo's possible new virtual console, and we're actually going to get to a game suggestion program that Nintendo is looking like they're trying to implement. I don't know if it's going to get announced at E3, but they're working on something that isn't just a simple user review system like I talked about the other day. This is actually way, way deeper than that. Also, all donations and super chats lead to different shots. I am restocked today. So yeah, we got our beer for our cheap ones, right? We'll do like beer shots. We got, for all the $1, $2 super chats, all that jazz. But we actually have like tiers today with different stuff. For like $5 super chats, oh my gosh. We have this giant 1.75 liter of rum chata. That's for all $5 ones. For $10 ones and stuff, we got some of these sour apple pucker stuff or whatever. And then we get into the $15, get into the UV cherries. $20 get to the Yags. We got a bunch of these Jaggers. $25 and up is when we get to the Cannon Blast. And then if things get scary tonight, if we basically hit $100 total in super chats, or there is a $100 super chat, that's when this comes out. And tequila is the bane of my existence. This is a brand new bottle. So we'll see how crazy things get tonight. No seltz tonight. No seltzers. I got my waters. I got my beers. I've got my restock. We're going to have some fun with that tonight because it's a Saturday night. And if I wasn't here, I'd probably be out at the bar with some friends. But I decided I'm going to spend my time with you guys. So let's talk about it. By the way, if you do drink with me tonight, drink responsibly, all that jazz. I'm at home. I have someone here taking care of my kids. Like, drink responsibly. Don't be stupid. Don't overdo it. All right, let me say hi to everyone in the chat. All right. So we have Ultima Break 82 here. Welcome, Brian C, K, Lamandow, Quantum Reddish, KK, Game Over Jesse, S. Gilman 16, Matt Hess, welcome Sergeant Sega, welcome Switch Kid 2001, Loki Ravenstorm, Nintendo Switch Hacker is here. Remember, if you want to be shouted out, just say something in the chat. We got Omar GT is here, Darren Philfett is here. Let's see here. Storm X Quick is here. Panda Production Studio is here. Welcome. We got K Lamadou is here. Going on down the list here. Spawncast is on right now. Is it? Is it actually on right now? It is, I suppose it is Saturday night, right? I'm competing directly with the biggest video game podcast in the world. Holy crap. Now you know why I don't stream Saturdays, right? I'm going head to head with the biggest video game podcast in the world, the most popular anyways. Second, the Pikachu fan, Spitfire 720 is here. Welcome. Logic Bugs is here. Mercurius is here. Hero of Zelda, Darren. Phil Fett, I might have actually said hi to you already. Scrolling on down. We got Nevermind 12 is here. I already said hi to them. Jesus Calderon is here. Welcome. Anthony Chipmunk is here. Going on down the list. We got Elvin R is here. Lucky Charms, Colin, what a name. Hopefully you're getting some luck tonight. Sonic Mario is here. John is here. How's it going? RZ, Spitfire 720, Edward Robinson, Noah Hankel, Seahawks 24 Rule, Isaiah Benton. Welcome. We got Football Maharinger. Zacharias is here. Welcome. Isaiah Benton is here. Welcome. Let's see here. Nathaniel Austin is here. Sonic Mario is here. Let's see here. Scrolling on down a bit more. We got Me Lover is here. Elvin R is here. Bandoon. Conadoon is here. Going on down. We got Evil Iggy Swifter 1243. Andrew Abraham is here. Santiago de Leon is here. What's going on? We got Natsu is here. Whoa, we have a lot of people. Holy crap, my stuff is going nuts. I think we even already have a super chat in to crack the bottle, but I got to get through all these names. Then we'll get to that super chat quick. Scrolling on down. Me Lover is here. Welcome. I love the name. Scrolling on down. Hero of Zelda is here. AC Duck Guy is here. Spencer Harris, Teeny Tiny Robots, Joycey J. How you doing? A Nash Productions is here, and he did a $1 super chat. So.
Thank you, A-Nash Productions, for the $1.
Woo! Thank you guys so much for that support. I'm going to get that shot pour quick and keep going. Down the list, we got Ice Sonic here. Welcome. Jared Eckelman is here. Cesar Osario is here. Lots of head on that shot. Going on down the list. Eric Isaac is here. Neon Nex is here. I'm Focused is here. NVT. TYCY 2014. Bernardo Zayas is here. Lillian Bunny Bajorquez is here, right? I don't know if I pronounced that right. I tried. Pavel Top is here. Noah Henkel. Bernardo Zayas. I think I said hi already. Arturo Suarez is here. The Lion Kim is here. Going on down the list. We got NVT is here. Male User is here. New stream on a Saturday. Love it. I don't do these weekend streams very often. So enjoy the stream tonight. We got AC is here. Martian's King TV is here. Donna Savoy is here. Miles Bryan is here. Lillian Bunny Borcoez. I think I already said that already. Luke Skywalker is here. Holy crap, we got another super chat popping off.
Thank you so much, Akinda, for the $4.99. Woo!
Getting me started. I got to get some shots of me, man, to get these dance moves going. Let me tell you, got to get in this dancing mood. I was for the first one, and then Akinda will be cracking the rum chata for you, cracking this brand new 1 point something. Look at this thing. It's like the size of my head. This thing is massive. Cracking this bottle for the first time today. He says, hey, Nate, what are you going to do when you hit 100,000 subscribers? One, let's just not presume that's going to happen, right? Let's worry about getting to 70,000. I mean, right now I'm worried about getting to 69. I mean, the real celebration is 69,000, right? Actually, isn't the real celebration 696969? I'm just saying, it is what it is. But in all reality, I don't know if I'm ever going to get to 100,000 subscribers. I am not going to presume that's going to happen. I don't know if I'm going to get to 69. I don't know if I'm going to get to 70. My focus right now is, hey, for subscriber goals, let's get to 70K. Next, let's get to 80. Next, we'll get to 90. We'll worry about 100K if it ever comes, right? I don't know if it's going to happen. If it does happen, I can tell you a couple things. One, we're obviously going to have the giveaway of all giveaways. I don't know how I could top E3 because there's so much going on. But we'll have the giveaway of all giveaways. I can tell you that. 2, we're going to have the stream of all streams. Okay? I might do my first ever true 24-hour marathon stream. Something I've had percolating in the back of my head, but it has to be for a very special milestone. 100K would be a pretty special milestone. That 24 hours would be a mix of a whole bunch of different stuff. There would be games being played. There would be competitions happening. We would basically have like a show put on for you guys. There'd be live podcasts. There'd be a whole bunch of crazy stuff happening nonstop. Well, I say nonstop. There'll be a couple of be right back, so I have to go to the bathroom. I'm not just gonna like grab a bucket and do it, in my studio. But in general, that's kind of what I'm thinking for 100K. We'll see if I decide to do that when we get there. But I am thinking, if that ever does happen, it's something like a 24-hour stream, massive giveaway, bunch of really cool stuff. Play some games with you guys. Try to do the biggest celebration I can of the channel. But cheers, thank you so much for the $5. I really appreciate it tonight. I think I might have missed a super chat in there as well from. Oh, how did I miss this?
Thank you, Duck Guy, for the $1.99.
Thank you so much, Duck Guy, for your $1.99. And I guess I don't have another shot glass next to me, so I guess I just pour the beer into where the rum chata was and just live with it. I gotta finish saying hi to everyone. The stream is growing and growing and growing. I need to get all the shout outs I can here. We have Corn Flakes is here. Remember, if you want to be shouted out and you haven't been shouted out yet, just say something in the chat at least one time. I will try to get to your username. We got Majora Akana here. I like that. Akana Valley, Majora. I'm loving it. We got Steady Drop N_EM. We got Nick Aguirre here. Just One Boy. Obviously, Duck Guy. Tricky Monk. Let's see here. Elio is here. Owen and the Fifth Element. Elsa. Are you trying to name 3 different movies at once in there? You said it. 2 thumbs up, says Jared Eckelman. Thank you so much for that. Kevin Wallace is here. Going on down the list, man. We got a lot of people in here tonight. I really appreciate you guys coming out big on a Saturday night while the Spawncast is going on. Apparently I don't have any crossover with the Spawncast crowd. Cool. I'm like that. I'm building my own following that's independent of all these other creators that are around me. It's nice. MVT, Zelda King, Thibaut Tamaringer says 100K will happen. We'll see about that. I don't actually presume it's going to happen. It is something I have dreamed about, but I don't like to get ahead of myself when it comes to what we're doing as a channel. We got Cinerexy Deluxe is here. Craze's Cough is here. Let's see here. Nick Forrest says, yeah, Spawn Wave is on, but I'm not going to leave you hanging. Well, thanks. I appreciate not leaving me hanging. Tay Rule is here. Kevin Wallace is here. Wild Moonchild is here. I love that. Wild Moonchild. I like that. I like how it rhymes beginning and the end. That's crafty. Let's Play Inc. is here. Santiago Solis, Russell Cunningham, Blabby Bowser. Welcome to the stream. And
ooh, we got some Tay Rule.
Welcome to the stream. Thank you for subscribing, by the way. We had a new subscriber pop off during the stream. Mr. Beans! Thank you so much for joining the Nintendo Prime family. Jared Eckelman says, I deserve a mountain of subscribers. Well, thank you so much. I feel like I have a mountain, don't I? Maybe I don't. I mean, if you stack everyone on a straight line to the moon, I mean, I'm pretty far up. I don't know how I'm climbing you all, but I try. Amor 1232 1 _. Am I going to get Skyward Sword HD? Duh. I watched Spawncast, but obviously I have to watch you live. Ha! Yeah. So we do have to crossover, and people are like, yeah, Prime's live. We got to go check him out. It's kind of interesting too because Spawn Wave doesn't live hardly ever. So I'm live Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday now. And it's now also live Saturday this week, and people are still choosing to come to me over that. I don't know. I gotta call myself. I gotta humble myself here quick, because someone on the stream yesterday I forget who. There was somebody who said that, because we talked about my podcast remote, Nintendo Prime Podcast. We stream it every Wednesdays at 8 p.m. Central Standard Time. We have a special guest on. This upcoming one, we have Rule 2 Review is coming on this week. The following week after that, we have 5J Gaming for our old fans who remember who he is, and possibly somebody else as well. Eric might not be on that week, so it's going to be, I got a really funny setup for it. So you guys are going to, when Eric misses a podcast, it's going to be kind of funny. And then on, what was it? On June 8th, we're moving the podcast backwards a day. So we're going to do it on June 8th instead of June 9th, the weekly heading into E3. We have Camelot 331 coming on, so that's a nice little guest on as well. So that's really cool. Let me do this thing quick here, because as you can see, I don't know if you can see, it's like all it's got all the cream floating on top of the beer, because that's how we do it around here. Oh, baby. I'm not even going to get through all these usernames today because
Sunnyside Z, thank you for the $10.
Woo! Thank you so much, Sunnyside Z. Man, we're already what? A few minutes into the stream and we've cracked 3 different boozes. We got the beer for the cheap one. We already did a rummy for a 5 rum chata. Now we're getting into some some sour apple pucker. Now I believe there's more than one shot in these, so maybe, I have no idea. Let's pour it in. It's supposed to be one, but yeah, it's a little bit more than one shot in one of these. It says you and Bitcoin will hit 100K at the same time, says Sunnyside Z in his $10 super chat. Well, thank you for your support. And I mean, maybe. Has Bitcoin ever hit 100K? I know it's been over 50. I think it hit 75 once, didn't it? I'm not really involved in that currency stuff. I know there's a lot of you guys that probably are involved in some of that digital currency, whether you're mining it, whether you're invested in it, whether you got on that Dogecoin train way back in the day and now you're about to be a millionaire because Dogecoin to the moon and back, baby. Whatever train you're riding, I wish you luck. I didn't get in on any of this stuff in time to make any money. I got onto Dogecoin when it was around 30 cents, cashed out when it hit like 60 cents one day, and it just kind of hasn't really gone anywhere from there, so I didn't get back in, so I barely made anything. I only put like $100 in. Now, if I had put $100 in like last October and cashed out at 50 cents, it would have been, I think it would have been something like $80,000 in the bank. That would have been nice. That would have been a cool payday, but it is what it is. I'm not up to date on all these investing that people like to do. Not all over that Wall Street bets out there at all. Even when I go to Wall Street bets, like I've been on that Reddit, I don't understand what's happening. So cheers, man. Thank you so much for the support. As always, balance out your drinking with water. You'll thank yourself later when you don't have a hangover. All right. Let me try to get through the rest of these usernames. We got William here. LinkCloud82. Hylian. Oh, man. That sour is like, it's so sour. It's like sucking my voice out of me. That's the thing about apple pucker. William is here. LinkCloud82. Highly in. Man, that pucker. Keyblade is here. PK Gar is here. We got Blabby. Bowser is here. Says 69K soon. It'll be nice. Oh, yeah. We got to have a 69K stream special, right? I don't know what we're going to do. But I'm literally going to call it the 69K special. I have no idea what we're actually going to do. But Patrick Flood is here. Says new to Nintendo Prime. And it bothers me I didn't follow you sooner. Man, it bothers me too. Because I could have met you a lot sooner. And we could have had some conversations here. I'm talking here. We could have had some conversations right here at Nintendo Prime on live stream or in the comment sections. I passionately obviously talk about news and video games. And then you guys know, I'm sure a lot of you do, I do read the comments. You see me, hearting the comments, liking the comments, responding to comments. I read your guys' comments. I try to read them all. I don't always have time to read them all, but I try. And I try to interact with you guys because that's why I do this, right? I like interactions. I wouldn't be streaming as often right now if I didn't like interacting with you guys. So let's see. Patrick Flood is here. Sorry, I think I already said hi to you. Evil something or other. I'm trying to get back to where I was. Evil Iggy, that's what it is. Nintendo Prime Live is greater than Spawncast. Well, I don't like to make direct comparisons, but thank you so much for being here. Captain Bergeson is here. Welcome, my man, Mr. Daniel, the maker of one of the greatest Zelda theories of all time, the Dragon Break. You can find it on his channel. You can also find it on my channel. It's the same video. Because he made it. Hey. Trevor Todd is here. Welcome. Trying to get through all this stuff. Lucky Charms. I think I already read that because I remember reading a Lucky Charms name. Kevin Wallace. Let me see here. Have I got through everyone? Am I good yet? I'm trying to catch up here. I don't know. Oh, hey, PK Gar. Thank you for subscribing. I know you were in the chat earlier. Thank you for that. Caveman ZC. You drink beer. What don't I drink? I don't. I mean, there's boozes I don't like. Like if we ever get $100 super chat, that's when this comes out. This is like my kryptonite. This is like a cheaper one too. So this is was it Saza Tequila Silver? That is my kryptonite. Any sort of tequila, let alone the tequila silver. So, but yeah, the beer is an acquired taste. Let's see here. We got Thibaut Mahringer. I think I already said hi. I'm just going down the list. I'm trying to make sure I say hi to everyone. I'm trying not to miss anyone. Justin Basil is here. Welcome. Flynn Rulestone is here. Hi, how you doing? I see that in the chat. Enzo Zelda Dad. No one ever lost money holding Bitcoin 4 years. I don't know about that. There's people that have lost money at Bitcoin. I know some people that have lost money. Excuse me, on Bitcoin. Nick Forrest is here. Welcome. I think I'm mostly caught up. Miles Bryan, Hero of Zelda. I think I'm caught up. If I missed anyone, Just One Boy is here as well. If I missed anyone, I greatly apologize. All right. I don't try to miss anyone. I try to shout everyone out. Like Harry Chest is here. I try to shout everybody out. I don't always get to everybody, especially when we got a popping off chat like today. Thank you so much for choosing to watch my stream on a Saturday night because I don't do these weekend streams very often. So thank you so much. Rusty. See, I know I miss Vencro. See, I miss people. Super Star Wars Fan 67. See, I miss people. Now, if you have questions for me, because the entire stream is also a Q&A. We have some topics, right? We're going to talk about those leaks. We're going to talk about those rumors. We're going to talk about Ocarina and Majora's Mask HD. A new virtual console from Nintendo. We're going to be talking about a new program Nintendo has going on for game suggestions that they're hopefully going to implement soon. We're going to talk about all of that. But throughout this entire stream, it's also a Q&A. So if you have questions for me, either about the topics we're talking about or other things, just ping me in the chat at Nintendo Prime and Nintendo Space Prime, and it'll highlight your comment for me. Obviously, if I'm going off on a tangent or I'm talking about a specific topic and you want your question answered right away, that's what super chats are for. You super chat, it pops it, like it literally flashes all over my screen and like, hey, read my message. And then we obviously do a little party time since we're doing shots for all those super chats and donations. Now, if I get to a point that I have had too much, I will cut myself off. I know what my limitations are. Thankfully, I have a high tolerance when it comes to alcohol, but I do have limitations and I will make sure that I do not exceed those limitations. Now, let's get into, we had a couple of questions already. There's been a few questions, to be honest, but I'm not going to go all the way back in the chat. We'll start with Tal Baron, who said, what are your thoughts on Let's Go Johto and or Mario Galaxy 2 releasing anytime? I have given up on Mario Galaxy 2. There was a time I thought Mario Galaxy 2 might come. I've given up on any hope for that. As for Let's Go Johto, I want it, but I don't think we're actually going to get it. I think they're done with the Let's Go games. There's another question that came in from Super Star Wars Fan 67 who said, are you going to play Miitopia? No. I played it on 3DS. I get it. They expanded the Mii Maker, right? They really expanded the Mii Maker. You can play the demo. It's crazy some of the Miis you can make. Miitopia is out now. It's just not my kind of game, right? It's just not. It's not the kind of game I'm into. I did play it on 3DS. I had an okay time. Not a good enough time to double dip. See, Skyward Sword, it's funny because like Skyward Sword HD is more expensive now than when it released on Wii. Okay, fine. But I enjoyed it enough the first time around that I'm willing to double dip on it. I didn't enjoy Miitopia enough to double dip. So, for E3 giveaways, what are you willing to post outside of America? Nintendo Switch, Hot Wheels, etc. So, I'll say this. Most of my giveaways that I am doing worldwide are going to be digital. Okay, so digital codes, eShop cards, etc. A lot of the stuff that's going to be international. So if you're in the UK, Australia, Germany, Japan, China, wherever the heck you're located, a lot of the stuff that you'll be eligible to win during my E3 show is going to be digital. I haven't decided which physical products I will make available for certain countries because I have to do a lot more research into what it's going to cost to get certain products. Like, as an example, the Zelda coin. Where did I put the Zelda coin? The back or something? Down here? Where's Zelda coin? Where'd you go? Well, anyways, wherever I set that Zelda coin, the collector's coin from E3 2016, if that's only going to cost me, I don't know, $8 to ship it to the UK, well, then I'd be willing to give that away in the UK too. So it's one of those things where I can't even tell you what individual items I'm willing to ship elsewhere because, one, I don't have all the items here yet. I have more stuff coming. A giant package. It's on its way to my house right now. Hopefully will be here by Tuesday or Wednesday. That's got a bunch of stuff I can't wait to show you guys. I'm super stoked about it. And yeah, some of the giveaway stuff I'm going to keep a surprise and you're not even going to know. You're going to find out during E3. So that's one thing that I'm not really sure what physical items I'll be willing to ship internationally. But I know for sure digital, you'll be able to win. Spawnwave does not respond as much as you. Well, he's doing a podcast, right? So, Nick Forrest, when you talk about comparing like Spawnwave or when you talk about comparing his Spawncast, it's a podcast. The point usually isn't to respond to the chat. Now, during my podcast, every now and then, I glance at the chat and I'll take some of the feedback of the chat during the podcast. Like if there's a correction or an interesting way to take a topic that we're currently talking about that would add to the conversation. So you have a way to influence the podcast in a way. And obviously, if you do super chat, I don't ignore the super chats, right? So when I don't always say them right away, like I do, here I'll hit the party button. We don't do that during the podcast, but I do squeeze in the super chats and the questions or the topics or the people when they make sense into that podcast. But I don't know how Spawnwave does it. I haven't been on the Spawncast in over a year. I was on it back in 2019, 2018. I was on it once at the end of 2018 and then again in January of 2019. Haven't been on since. So, gosh. Is that 2 years? Has it really been 2 years since I've been on Spawncast? Holy crap. Let's just say I don't get invited on, like, ever. I haven't even talked to John in, like, a year. How much to get me to drink a Pepsi? I like Pepsi, but I don't have any Pepsi right now. All right. You guys got a lot of questions coming in. Diego Bernardino, welcome. Let's get into some of the topics, right? Because I know, we don't have just 195 plus cracking 200 every now and then, because people are here just to ask questions. Of course, we will get to the point where you guys can ask all the questions you want, but we need to address these headlines, right? We need to get into this juicy stuff. So let's talk about the game suggestion program, right? So let me get the stuff open on this. So I talked on this briefly the other day where I talked about, Nintendo's going to add user ratings. It's actually a much deeper system than user ratings. Well, let me find my article on that. I'm on a different computer here, so I don't have the article like right in front of my face. But I know where I found it. Of course, I should have it right in front of my face, but I don't. Well, since I don't have it right in front of my face, I'm gonna keep looking for it, and we'll go straight to Ocarina of Time and Majora's Mask HD. So I'm gonna be upfront. I do not think we are getting Majora's Mask or Ocarina of Time HD. I have no sources on this. I have no gut feel. Well, I have gut feelings, but I don't have anything telling me internally that we're getting this game or both of those games. But then Game Over Jesse. That bastard. He keeps saying, I have a source. This source works at Nintendo. I know someone from the writing team. I know this. I know that. And Game Over Jesse's a good friend of mine. He's in the chat. He's a good friend of mine, right? I know people. and my people have me thinking Ocarina of Time HD, Majora's Mask HD are happening. And then presents all the evidence for speculation around it, including Grezzo specifically, who did Ocarina of Time 3D, Ocarina of Time Majora's Mask 3D as well in the 3DS. Obviously, they just brought Miitopia over. Why can't they also HD Ocarina of Time 3D and Majora's Mask 3D? They obviously could. They've always worked on 1 or 2 Zelda games at the same time. The last one they did was Link's Awakening. They're clearly doing something for Zelda. We don't know what it is. It's one of those things where there's a lot of dots and a lot of lines you can connect to infer we're going to get Ocarina of Time Majora's Mask HD. But then he always backs it up with like this guy who was on like the writing team at Nintendo like told me about like a logo thing, like he saw an Ocarina of Time logo and it's coming to Switch and it's going to be HD and blah blah. Like, look, I don't know. Okay, I don't know. These sources he has don't talk to me. I don't even think they know who the hell I am. Okay, so whoever Game Over Jesse who's in the chat, like whoever he's talking to, wherever he's getting this from, I don't have any connections to any of them. Samus Hunter, you could talk. All right, I talked to Samus Hunter behind the scenes. Samus Hunter hasn't said anything about it to me. She has not hinted it to me. So my only like real source that these things are happening are Game Over Jesse. So I don't know if they're happening. I don't know if they'll ever happen. But what I do know is that Loki Ravenstorm. Welcome to the member of the board. You are the latest member of the board of directors of Nintendo Prime. You have joined our leader clan. Thank you so much for joining the members. That also reminds me that, hey, every time we hit 5 members in the stream, 5 new members, that's 1 out of 5 right now. We do a giveaway live on stream. So if we hit 5 out of 5, that's a giveaway. We hit 10 out of 5, that's another giveaway. 15 out of 5, another giveaway, etc. You get the point. The more members we get, the more giveaways we do. So thank you so much for joining. Now, and the giveaways are open to everyone in the chat. So it's not, it's not just a member only thing. All right. Game Over Jesse says, to be clear, I 90% believe this guy who says he is a writer for Nintendo. They were right on a few things so far, and then other leakers also mentioned Ocarina of Time, but I will literally eat my... What are you going to eat if you're wrong? Eat my shoe if Ocarina of Time HD does not get announced this year. So Game Over Jesse is literally... He's not staking his reputation on this. He's staking his shoe. He will physically eat his shoe if he's wrong about Ocarina of Time HD at least getting announced this year. He's not saying it's going to come out this year, but at least announced this year. So you had heard it here first. Right in the chat, Game Over Jesse came out and said, hey, I will eat my damn shoe if this doesn't come out or doesn't get announced. So, there you go. Yeah, the man, the source, the one person I look to and say, I don't believe you, but then you're a stand-up guy. So then I kind of believe you. It's in the chat. So we'll see what happens, right? So if you ever see me talk about Ocarina of Time or Majora's Mask HD in the future, it's probably because he got even more information about it, because none of the people that are leaking this information are leaking it to me. You guys out there that have this information, that know it's real, why are you not talking to me? Why are we not making sweet, sweet love in the emails? Come on. But it's all right. It's all right. I don't mind. I don't mind giving Game Over Jesse some credit. I don't mind pumping his channel. He's trying to get to 100,000 subscribers himself. He's way the hell closer than me. I mean, what's he at as of right now? I haven't checked this weekend. Let's see where Game Over Jesse is at right now for subscribers. He's so close to 100K. Game Over. And by the way, he does like a new giveaway for like every 1,000 subscribers he gets. And he's so close. He's at 97.8K subscribers. Like, he's so close to 100K. It'd be a shame if he got there before E3. So Daniel didn't think Ocarina of Time was going to be announced, but if you watched the last video, Daniel changed his mind because of something. Stop it, Jesse. Stop it. See, Jesse is right in the chat right now, trying to tell me something. Now that Daniel knows that I don't know. Daniel! Cap Ferguson knows something I don't know about Ocarina of Time HD existing. This bothers me. I am the former editor-in-chief of the largest Zelda news website in the entire world. How do I not know these things? Oh, I mean, that site doesn't exist anymore, so I mean, it's kind of like clout for something that I can't prove to you exists. because it doesn't exist anymore. Actually, I can prove it existed, but oh boy, good old Zelda Informer days. Calm down. I'm fine, guys. Chill. Didn't you guys know I have fun on these lives? Maybe you don't know. Maybe you haven't been to a stream. I have fun on these streams, right? I exude a lot of energy. You know what? Why? I get all my energy out now, so when I go to bed later, I'm just exhausted and ready to sleep. It all works out. Zelda Informer died the day you walked away. Zelda Informer died the day that the owner sold it to masses, if we're completely honest. The soul of the site died. Even though I was still there trying to keep it going, I had one meeting with him when he bought the place, and I just knew. I knew that it was over at that point. That meeting with him, I'm not going to say it went poorly, but it gave a very clear vision of what he was going to do eventually that I disagreed with, which now has occurred. So, when you're reacting to E3, will you be quiet during all the presentation? Okay. Let me explain something. When you watch people live react to a presentation, do you expect them just to sit there and twiddle their thumbs for the hour-long presentation and then not say anything until it's done? If that was the case, why the hell am I live streaming the presentation? Just go watch the presentation. Don't watch my channel. Of course I'm going to be reacting to the things as they happen. Now, I'm not going to talk over Nintendo like crazy. I'm not going to take over. Anyone who's watched me live react knows, yeah, I'm quiet for parts to let things happen, but I'll be like, oh, what's next? And then, like, you see my Breath of the Wild 2 reaction. If you ever go look that up when that was announced. Like, yeah, I literally react as it's happening because the best time to get your raw reaction is as it happens. So, sure, I'll be quiet to an extent, but not really. I'm not going to sit here and just have full, like, you know how much I'm talking right now? I'm not going to be doing this thing the whole time, reading chat, responding to people, all that jazz. Like, I'm not doing that during the presentations. I'm reacting to what's happening during the presentation. I'm not trying to hold full, super long length conversations, deep conversations. The deeper reaction conversations come after, but not during the actual presentations. The actual presentations, those are the raw reactions. That is how I convinced Nintendo Prime. What did you convince me of? I'm still not convinced Ocarina of Time HD and Majora's Mask HD is coming, but you keep trying to convince me. Did you get in trouble over the dish? No, dishes got all done. I got all the dishes done. This isn't a podcast, by the way. You get this podcast. This is just a live stream. This is the MP Live. My podcast is on Wednesdays. Let's see here. I'm very good convincer, and all the evidence, trademarks, Grezlo's history, other leakers with their own sources. It just adds up. Dude's got to watch it in order to live react to it, guys. Yeah, it's interesting. We are going to need Nintendo Prime and 9 Nate clones to give away all that stuff. Dude, it's insane. I mean, some of it's back here, some of it's on the floor right now. I got to get reorganized. Bunch more stuff coming in. Obviously, a whole giant Excel list of digital codes. It's man. And the thing is, Ewan Racing reached out to me today on Twitter, and then I sent them a proposal, and they never responded after that. I'm guessing they didn't like my proposal. They at least could have just responded and said, "Sorry, not interested," and left it at that. But why reach out to me? I don't understand sometimes. I don't understand some of these chair companies. They reach out to me themselves and then decide not to respond. What's the legal beef? I don't know the exact beef. Here's what we know. Here's what we know about Netflix not coming to Switch. Okay. Back in 2017, all the way back then, people kept asking Netflix. They kept tweeting at them, kept inquiring them in their feedback area. Hey, when are you coming to Switch? Why aren't you on Switch? Netflix said, ask Nintendo. So Netflix was or it was inferring, I should say, that they need to talk to Nintendo on why Netflix isn't on Switch. Netflix isn't going to give you a reason. Reggie was asked about it in an interview. Remember Reggie Fils-Aimé back when he was running Nintendo of America? He was asked about it in an interview. And he said, talk to Netflix. Now, there have been some rumors that have come out since then that one of the things that happened and why Netflix had talked to Nintendo and Nintendo talked to Netflix is Netflix and Nintendo were talking to each other and in active negotiations, and Nintendo was asking for a contract from Netflix to put Netflix on Switch that was different than the contract that Netflix has with PlayStation, Xbox, Roku, all the smart TVs, etc., right? Apple TV. Like, for when Netflix is so big that when it's included on all these streaming devices or streaming capable devices, it signs a contract because people can subscribe to it through there for revenue sharing. Nintendo wanted a bigger piece of the pie than other companies are getting. That is, at least according to a rumor. Now, there's nothing to verify or back that up other than Netflix saying talk to Nintendo and Reggie saying talk to Netflix, which suggests there was a massive contract impasse. And that's why we don't have Netflix on Switch. They cannot agree on terms. Feels weird. We had Netflix on the damn 3DS of all things. I don't know why we can't have it on Switch, but that seems to be why. We have other services. We have Hulu. We got YouTube. I think there's now an anime streaming service on here as well, at least in some countries. So, I mean, the streaming services are starting to expand, but for some reason Netflix isn't part of it. We don't have Amazon Prime yet either, and who knows? Maybe that's a similar issue. Maybe there's a contract dispute with Amazon Prime. I have no idea. I don't know who's in the wrong. I don't know what the contract details are. Maybe they're asking for an unfair contract. Thank you for subscribing, Just Corey. I really appreciate it. All right, so that's Majora's Mask Ocarina of Time HD. Let me see if I can get to this patent that I found. You know what? I bet you it's in my history. Let me go to my history. Oh, I can go to my... I'm so dumb. I did a video on it, and I always put my sources in the description. I can go to my video, go to the description, and click on the... See, I'm not big braining right now. I'm not used to going to my own videos to find the sources to things I talked about, but I always put my sources in the video. Now, if it's a DM, I can't put my DMs in the source, but I'll try to be like, all these are from private DMs from so-and-so. All right, so let's talk about the game suggestion system that Nintendo seems to be working on. They applied for a patent on this back on September 27, 2019. It was published on January. I think it's either. Wait a second. No, it was published on April 1st, 2021. So it was published this year. So it got approved and it's public. And we talked about before how it's generating implicit ratings for video games using external metadata. We went over how great game, decent game, bad game, etc. And some of the data they're taking in. Like it says, in certain example embodiments, a computer system for generating an implicit video game rating is provided. The system generates a base rating that is a function of the gameplay data for a specific user and other users. The system also generates an average external rating for the video game based on external data categories such as user reviews, critic reviews, ownership data, etc. An adjustment factor is then calculated from an average base rating and external rating and then applied to the user's individual base rating to obtain an implicit rating of a video game for the user. Now, okay, right? Rating. All sounds like a rating system, right? User ratings, Metacritic ratings, everything just kind of tossed together in a giant ratings thing, put on the eShop to help you figure out if you should buy games. But it kind of goes bigger than that because there's more information here that I didn't dive into, and I was digging through this after I made that video, and I should have dug into it before then. There's so much technical mumbo jumbo. I'm like, if you go to the description of what this thing does, my word, is it very technical? And if I was to read this full description, it is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16 pages long. It would probably take me over an hour to get through this with you guys, and you probably wouldn't understand half of it. But it gets a little easier when you get into the claims area. So we're just going to read the first part of the claims area. It says a computer system for generating implicit user-specific ratings for video games that are played by users. The computer system comprises of a non-transitory computer-readable storage medium configured to store, so that is the eShop, a plurality of gameplay data records that include information about how the plurality of users have interacted with at least a first video game. So again, this is essentially saying, hey, we're looking at the games you've played. a plurality of external source data records that each correspond to at least one external source that references the first video game. So they're going to an external source to find a review. I don't know if they're going to Metacritic. I'm not exactly sure. I just throw them because that's like an industry standard place, but they could be going to OpenCritic. They could just be choosing specific outlets like IGN, maybe Nintendo Life, whoever they're targeting for that external data. Then it says a community average for the first video game that is based in the plurality of gameplay data. So now, how many people in the community, in your community, on your friends list, also are playing this game, and for how long, and all it just goes on and on from there. And then this thing ends up going on for 4 pages. But what's interesting is they got some drawings, and we showed the one drawing in the video, but there's so much more. This one's actually kind of crooked here, but essentially, in the middle of everything is called a rating system. Okay, I'm actually gonna turn my computer to look at this. So the giant thing in the middle is called a rating system. So overall, they consider this to be a rating system. And there's a base rating, an external game rating, and an adjustment factor. And then that outputs a user implicit rating for the games, right? So everything that goes into it is user device, gameplay data goes in, gameplay data from multiple user devices goes in, okay? And then you have external review service. Then you have a critic service. So the external review service is even different than the critic service. Then you have social media chatter about the games going in. I don't know if that means trending on Twitter or whatever that means. And then you have the sales/ownership base, so the actual amount of people that have bought the game. And that all goes into an external services database. All the gameplay data goes into a gameplay metadata, and that combines into the rating system to end up splitting out a user implicit rating. And the idea is they're trying to create a system where Nintendo can accurately suggest games to you. So when you think about one of the number one issues with the Nintendo Switch eShop, you don't know what games are good or bad. It's really hard to sift through all the crap to find the good. And Nintendo doesn't have a content suggestion thing to you, like Netflix or Hulu or Amazon Prime does, right? They all have, even YouTube, right? There's a suggested content that they base on a number of factors. Nintendo doesn't have that. Now, I could argue, at least based on my experience with PlayStation 5 and Xbox Series X, they don't have a recommended either. They'll have a recommended that is their recommended, right? So like whatever they want to push. Here's our featured games when you go to their shops. They don't really have a recommended based on reviews, ratings, or what you've played. As far as I can tell, and I own a PlayStation 5 and Xbox Series X, they don't have a suggestions section on their shops. Switch doesn't either. This sounds like a rating system to build suggestions to help you find the games you want to play. Doesn't that sound really cool? There's a lot of complicated mumbo jumbo in here, a lot more drawings and stuff like that we're not going to dive into right now since I can't show you those drawings, but I will link you to it quick if you guys want to look at it. So here's the drawing section of this patent that, again, was started a couple years ago. If you guys want to go take a look at that patent for yourself and dig through all that data, you might find some really cool stuff you want to ask me about. I've read literally everything in it. I'm not going to say I fully understand every aspect of what they're trying to do here, but it definitely sounds like it has to do with suggesting content. So isn't that crazy? That Nintendo's trying to, I almost can't believe it that Nintendo is doing something the others, or trying to do something the other systems aren't doing. It's because it's something that seems fundamental. A suggested content doesn't that seem like a fundamental thing that should just be there? But it's not. So what's up, Mike F? Why can't Roblox come to Switch? Roblox can come to Switch. So, anyways, that's the game suggestion program. There are too many first-party games being developed, says Khaled Mackie. What first-party games, in your opinion, will not be shown at E3? There's never too many being developed. Metroid Prime 4 won't be shown, though. I don't think Bayonetta 3 is going to get shown either. I think Bayonetta 3 isn't coming out this year. But we will see it this year. I think we'll see it at the Game Awards. Anyways, that's just a couple. I'm not going to go through the whole list. But let's get into the leaks, rumors. You guys know the deal, right? Let's just start with Samus Hunter. And let's just go through, because Samus Hunter has a majority of this stuff at least covered somewhere. So let's just, a lot of it's going to focus on games. So, Zelda 35th anniversary. They know that Breath of the Wild, Skyward Sword HD, DLC for Hyrule Warriors Age of Calamity. Those are all stuff we already know about. Animal Crossing furniture and other game events like Tetris 99, Pac-Man 99, so like a Zelda 35, Zelda 99 kind of thing. Smash, new amiibo, which obviously we've already gotten one, and new merch, which we've already also gotten, at least in Japan. The Animal Crossing updates like Brewster and New Returning Villager. 2 new Kirby games. We also now know the Kirby team is basically hyping up that the next major Kirby game they're making is going to be the best Kirby game ever made. That is a fact that comes directly from the Kirby team. That's not a rumor. That's not a leak. It's just something they have been factually talking about for a year. But Samus Hunter says we're getting those games this year. That there's Donkey Kong, right? A new Donkey Kong coming. Many sources coming out saying Donkey Kong is getting announced at E3. It's coming out this year. Some are saying it's going to be 2D. Some are saying they're not sure if it's 2D. So we'll see. None of them, though, have interestingly said it's side-scrolling, right? Now, made by the Super Mario team or like a spin-off of the Super Mario Odyssey team, something like that. Fire Emblem Remake in the works. Metroid 2, that's a rumor that's out there. Metroid 2D, I should say. Splatoon 3, obviously, we know about that. A new game developed, a new IP developed by Monolith Soft, and a new Xenoblade game are in the works, supposedly. A new title from the team behind Mario Kart 8 and ARMS. Don't know if it's Mario Kart 9, Nintendo Kart, ARMS 2. I have no idea. So that's some rumors that are out there. God, there's so many. Like literally, I could just look at my videos I've made and just like read the headlines. There's so many. I guess not all the games are in the headlines though. Yeah, like we could go on and on about all these rumors and leaks. There's so many of them. It just never ends. My channel right now has been like an endless rumor and leak for like endless. I guess it only goes back about 3.5 weeks, so not too bad. I've been making content for 4 years, so that's not too bad. So yeah. Anyways, Q&A. You guys ask what you want. It could be about the rumors, leaks. It could be about anything. Let's see here. What do you bet that Odyssey 2 is going to get revealed? I don't think we're getting that revealed this year. I think it's coming out next year. But I think they're going to save that and reveal that next year. Let's see here. Do you think that we'll get a Smash character reveal at E3? Oh yeah. Slap me if we don't. Seriously, we're gonna get a Smash character reveal. It's happening. Do you think we'll get? I already read that. Do you think we'll get games that are limited in time for Zelda? Oh, so. Thabo Maharinger is asking, are we going to get like a Mario 3D All-Stars? Not the collection pack, but that, or Mario 35. Basically, are they going to cut off games? If they do a Zelda 35, they're cutting it off. So I'm going to say, yeah, they'll probably have at least one game that's timed and they cut off. I wish they wouldn't, but this is Nintendo. Too many first-party games for E3. Samus Hunter even said in her latest Twitter post that they won't show. Oh yeah, they're not going to show everything at E3. Everything Samus Hunter's talked about is not going to be at E3. Clearly, if it was at E3, it would quite literally be the greatest Nintendo E3 of all time. If all these rumored games were at E3, greatest E3 ever. Still might be, even with only some of them. Depends on which ones they bring out. How much do you think Majora's Mask and Ocarina of Time are going to be? $60. $60 each. I mean, how could we think otherwise? Skyward Sword HD, $60. What's a game that you hate that everyone else really likes? And what's a game that you really like that I don't hate any game? So it's interesting when you talk about hate. I find that there literally are people that hate games. Like if I mention, hey, I enjoy Fortnite. God, you suck. I'm never going to watch you again. Oh, okay. I didn't say I'm good at it and I play it all the time. Just that I enjoy it when I do. I like playing Madden sometimes. Oh my God, you motherfucker, you piece of shit. Look, how do we get to the point that we hate games? Even dislike games, right? Like I can understand disliking some practices that are in games, disliking Madden Ultimate Team, disliking gotcha mechanics, right? Like I get that. But like just outright like disliking and hating a game, why can't we just say these are games I don't enjoy versus these are games I hate, right? So I'm gonna reverse it. Well, not reverse it, but change your wording a little bit and go with a game that I don't enjoy that everybody likes. This is easy for me. Super Smash Bros. In general. Sounds crazy, right? And the thing is, I don't like fighting games. Okay. The only fighting game I've ever really truly found enjoyment in was ARMS. And not enough enjoyment to, want to play it all the time and play it like crazy. So like, I don't hate Smash Bros. That's why I'm like, I don't hate it. I own it. I play it still. It's just, I'm not into fighting games. Smash is the closest that really comes to me liking something on a consistent basis. And even then, I barely play it. I don't have a lot of interest in it. And it sucks because I'm a Nintendo channel and Smash Bros. Is one of the biggest games, like Smash Bros. Ultimate, 20 million plus. One of the biggest games in Nintendo's category. So to be like, I don't really like it that much. I'm not really that into it. Doesn't mean I think it's a bad game. Maybe it's just because I'm not very good at it. Maybe it's just because, I don't know. I enjoyed it back when like the very first one that came out on N64. Thought it was a really cool concept, right? Really enjoyed, Super Smash Bros. on the Nintendo 64. I did like that one. But then Melee came. And from Melee on forward, I stopped really enjoying the games. And I don't know why. So that is a game that I am not that fond of, but literally everyone likes it. And then a game that I really like that everyone else hates, that's also easy as well. Zelda 2, The Adventure of Link. Was my favorite Zelda game of all time until Breath of the Wild came out. And that's not because I didn't play any other Zelda games. I've played them all. But I don't hate Smash Bros. Do I think Samus Hunter works for Nintendo? No. So I actually talked to Samus Hunter. Like, you guys see her public tweets. I actually chat with her behind the scenes. We are in those DMs. We are chit-chatting away. She is not working at Nintendo. Now, do I believe that Samus Hunter has a real source at Nintendo? I'm inclined to believe it. I always go the era of skepticism, but based on some of the stuff she showed me behind the scenes, and then the stuff she has said and all the stuff that's come true, I'm inclined to believe she has a connection. But no. Even privately, she doesn't be like, I work at Nintendo, keep it hush-hush. Like, no. She doesn't work for Nintendo. She's not claiming she works for Nintendo, and obviously she wouldn't claim that, but if she did. But it's not someone who works for Nintendo. She would know more than she does if she worked at Nintendo. Let's just put it that way. Highly and Keyblade says I'm indifferent about Fortnite, but I think the building mode would be fun to do. What about Power Stone? Haven't played Power Stone. Do you think Wind Waker and Twilight Princess are coming this year? And do you think it's going to be a bundle? I hope it's a bundle, but I think it's coming out next year. Is Samus Hunter Wabi Sabi? Oh, why does that name sound familiar? Hold on. I think I'm following Wabi Sabi somewhere. No, not you. Yeah. Yeah, there we go. No. 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 They are not the same person. Nice theory, though. But no, they're not the same person. I don't believe they are. No, I can't definitively prove anything. But I am of mind that they are not the same person. Who do you think Age of Calamity DLC characters will be? I personally think we will get Purah, Robbie, Suga, and Astor. I know that might sound like a lot, but that's my opinion. So Samus Hunter straight up said we're going to get Purah and Robbie. So rumor right now, we're going to be able to play as Purah and Robbie. I don't think that's going to be too big of a surprise. They played a role in Age of Calamity. They obviously were in Breath of the Wild. Pretty much any character you saw that had a role in Age of Calamity that wasn't playable is going to be playable. We saw this with Hyrule Warriors. So when Hyrule Warriors released DLC and added new playable characters, the new playable characters they added were all the characters you couldn't play as that were already in the game. So Aster, as an example, he's clearly going to be playable. And I'm sure, at least, Samus Hunter says the new story they're going to add in the second DLC part of this pack is going to, look at things from Aster's perspective. That kind of suggests that Aster's going to be playable. So, yeah. As for Suga is in Age of Calamity, so probably going to be playable. Like, that's the way I view it. If the character already existed in Age of Calamity, it's probably going to be playable. So there might be even more than that. Will GBA or N64 first come on Virtual Console? Okay, so the new Virtual Console thing, I guess I forgot to talk about that. That's one topic I didn't bring up. Talked about this before. This is a rumor from Samus Hunter about Nintendo launching a new Virtual Console system, right? Subscription service, but you can also buy the games. It won't be called Virtual Console, but it will be separate from Nintendo Switch Online. Yada 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 yada. And yeah, they're gonna add more systems in SNES and NES, right? So they're gonna have N64. I've heard Game Boy, maybe Game Boy Advance. So yeah, I think GBA and N64 are entirely possible on the new service. I don't know what the service is going to cost or when it's going to be launched. Or they're going to announce it at E3. I have no idea. None of that I know. Samus Hunter said her sources, which were back from October, told her that they would come out by the end of this current fiscal year. So by the end of March 2022, supposedly the new Virtual Console is supposed to come out. We'll see. That's a very, if Samus Hunter is wrong about this, that's a pretty big blow to her credibility because nobody else is talking about a new Virtual Console coming. So this is one of her big rumors. This is like a tentpole rumor for her. If this rumor is correct, I got no reason. At this point, I can't even call. If the Virtual Console thing is correct, along with basically everything else she said so far, I have no reason at this point to even call what she says a rumor anymore. I can't even call what she says. Well, I can call it a leak, I guess. Maybe I'd stop calling them rumors, but I'd call them leaks. Because if she nails the Virtual Console stuff and she nails all this other stuff this year, I'm sorry. She's officially a leaker now. Because everything she says is true. That makes her a leaker. Like an official leaker. I can't even call it a rumor. I literally, anything she says, I'm just going to believe it happens. She's got some really big, one-of-a-kind rumors that are coming from her. That if those come true, it's insane. Things that I don't believe Nintendo would ever do. But here we are. She's putting her flag in the ground on this stuff. So if this stuff happens, you're going to notice, if all this comes true by the end of this fiscal year, next year, when the new rumor cycle begins heading into E3, when Samus Hunter's putting out information, I'm just going to call it a leak. Hey, we have new leaks for this. I'm not even going to use the word rumor with her anymore because she's straight up leaking stuff. She's been right on already a bunch of stuff, enough things for me to start calling them leaks. But she has enough really big ones that haven't come true yet, enough really big ones that haven't happened yet, that I am going to wait. I'm being, basically, her being a legit leaker versus her being bullshit, I am cautiously optimistic, just like in our recent poll for E3. I'm cautiously optimistic that everything she says is real. And if these big things that she says that nobody else has talked about are real, it's over. Everything she posts, everything she says from now on, everything she hints at or winks at or responds to someone with some image, all of it's leaks in my opinion, and I will be making a video on every single little morsel of it all. Because she clearly knows her shit. Now, I've actually seen some of the stuff she hasn't released publicly. Not in terms of new rumors, but evidence and proof of the things that she knows. So I already have a very, very strong inkling that she has a connection directly to Nintendo. Not herself, but she knows someone, friends with someone. Maybe it's a family member. Maybe this could legitimately be one of the first legit my uncle works at Nintendo situations. We always joke about that, right? Oh yeah, I got an uncle that works at Nintendo. That's how I know all this stuff. That's always a joke, right? This might be one of those first legit, hey, my uncle does work at Nintendo. That's what I'm saying. This might be one of the first legit situations that it is my uncle or my cousin or whatever, right, works at Nintendo. That's the feeling I get based on some of the stuff. I'm like, oh my God. Okay. That's pretty crazy. Game Over Jesse says, when I first heard of Samus Hunter, I didn't believe her, as no one should believe anyone they haven't done research on and verify their track record. But you 100% considered it. Yeah. Well, okay. So before I made my very first Samus Hunter video, which was like a month ago, I think. And she didn't message me. I can't remember. Someone mentioned her to me. Because I did like a rumor video on the 35th anniversary or something of Zelda. I think it was maybe even based on a video you made. This might have been back when you were originally talking about Ocarina of Time HD and Majora's Mask. I remember I made a video on that following up your video. And when I posted it on Twitter, someone mentioned this Samus Hunter user to me. And I was like, oh, this is just another one of the billions of other people on Twitter that claim to be insiders, like Leaky Panda and, Wabi Sabi and, billions of other Twitter accounts that, I'd say 88 to 90% of them are all bullshit and not actual leakers, right? So I go to her account, right? And I see some stuff she's posting. I'm like, oh, this is really cool. This is actually kind of neat. But I can't just straight up post some random Twitter person's stuff they say is going to happen to my channel. I have what I feel is an integrity to what I put out on my channel, right? I don't want to present things to you guys that are obviously fake unless the purpose of it is just to have fun. Like we talked about that fake Zelda rumor with Breath of the Darkness, and I told you guys it was fake out the gate. That's done on purpose, right? That's it's a conversation starter, but it's fake. I'm not even gonna try. But when I'm talking about something that I'm saying, hey, this is a rumor, this might happen. I want it to be something that, you know what, it feels like it could be true. So then I went through Samus Hunter's Twitter, went back all the way to the very beginning of her Twitter account, and I date checked everything she said with when things were announced. And she just got everything right. Over and over. And like nobody was following her. I think she had less than 800 subscribers. Like followers on Twitter. I think she was like I don't know, like 80 or 150 or something at the time. Hardly anyone was following her, and she's been tweeting for a year all this stuff out that no one's paying attention to. So I just kept going and going and going. And then I decided, okay, she's gotten so much right. Even if she's not the originating source, maybe she's taking it from other people, but everything she posts ends up happening. So even if she's a filter to other leakers, filtering out the bullshit from other leakers, that's still worth covering because that means everything she's saying is right. So I decided, okay, I'm going to cover one of the things she says. And it's something that we're supposed to find out within like a week. I put up the video on her. 2 days later, it comes true. It was about Monster Hunter. 2 days later, her exact words came true. And I was like, holy shit. Holy effing shit. Did that just happen? So then I covered another one. A week later. Came true again. And I'm like, all right. I'm covering everything Samus Hunter has ever said that hasn't happened yet, and the things that she's saying now. I'm covering it all because I'm sorry, she keeps being right. I feel like I have like a duty to you guys to share this stuff because it feels like it's all legit leaks at this point. But again, she's got some big flag in the ground stuff out there. Like these are the tentpole things that are going to prove 100,000% that I know things and I'm legit and no one else is talking about it, including this virtual console thing, that if it happens, that's it. That's it. I'm not even call her a leaker. I'm going to call her an industry insider. I'm going to be like industry insider Samus Hunter has revealed to me privately that, hey, we're getting a Breath of the Wild 3. Like, it's legitimately just going to be that. And the thing is, what's really cool about this person, and I'm rooting for Samus Hunter. I want these tentpole, flag in the ground things that she's doing. I want them to all come true because it's actually a benefit to my channel. It's a benefit to my channel because, one, obviously lots of really great content to make that you're going to find at my channel, likely before other channels. And why are you going to find it at my channel before other channels? Because other channels are starting to pick up on Samus Hunter, right? Player Essence just made a video on some of Samus Hunter stuff. Granted, his video blew up too, right? Did really well. I always thought it was funny. It did really well because it covered stuff that I talked about 2 weeks ago. That's how far ahead of what Player Essence was doing with the news that I was. He decided to cover it now. I covered it 2 weeks ago. And his video still blew up because everyone thought it was new stuff when it's like, nah, actually it's stuff I already talked about. But like that's what's happening is more people are starting to notice her. And it's because after I made that one video and it was right, people went to her Twitter profile from my YouTube channel and started following her. All of a sudden she went from like 150 followers to 1,000 overnight. And she was like, whoa, where am I getting all these people from? And everyone said, dude, Nintendo Prime talked about something you said and then it happened. And then it happened. So then she reached out to me and she said, oh, thank you. I didn't think anyone was paying any attention to my thing. And I said, yeah, I don't know what's going on. And ever since then, Samus Hunter and I talk every single week, at least a day or two a week. We have private conversations. Take all the information that you put out there about the Hyrule Warriors Age of Calamity DLC. After the DLC packs got the names and announcements and the May 28th purchasing date, she came to me like literally, I would say 5 hours before she made tweets. Publicly about information. She was trying to give me exclusive rights to break the story. The only reason I didn't break all that Hyrule Warrior stuff first, before she ended up getting it up on Twitter, I ended up getting out a video 3 hours after, is because she gave me the information at like 2 in the morning and I was sleeping. So like I wasn't going to get up and make a video at 2 a.m. Like I saw the messages at 2 a.m. and I'm in bed. I got to get up with my kids in a few hours, get them ready for school. I'm not, I'm going to do the responsible thing and get some extra Z's. We'll cover this in the morning. And then by the time I got to it, some other people had already covered it. But that's what's kind of cool. Like it's good for me because it's a person that I guess help bring attention to. And because of that, she's so thankful for it. She basically feels like almost her entire following started because of me. So like she now is like giving me all this information ahead of time, and it's nice. It's nice. Like I want Samus Hunter, I want her big tentpole things to come true because if it does, it means I have my own insider. Isn't that cool? I haven't had anyone that I trust with information talking to me behind the scenes since I worked at Zelda Informer. So it's been over 4 years since I've had any connections that I trusted like this. So we'll see. We'll see. We'll see. Let's see here. And I know what Game Over Jesse considers her. She's gotten so much. It's over 60 things she's gotten right in a row at this point. And again, even for those that try to claim she's fake and that she's not the originating source, I don't really care. Because the originating sources don't have a 100% track record either. But she does. How would she know what from that originating source is real and what's fake, and then just only post the real part? Seems a little fishy, right? Like, come on. Clearly, she has her own connections. And I know why like she even mentioned, she doesn't know what's going to be shown at E3. Okay? She has no idea what's going to be shown at E3. She knows about all these games, but she doesn't know what ones are going to be at E3. But she did say, and she just said this publicly the other day, hey, I don't know what's going to be shown at E3. I don't know if I'm going to know what's going to be shown at E3 before E3 happens. But she mentioned, if I do, it's probably going to be either a day before or 3 to 4 hours before the event actually happens. You know what's happening 3 to 4 hours before the event actually happens? The Nintendo Prime pre-show. You better be here. We'll be talking to Samus Hunter. We might be able to break all the news that Nintendo's about to drop before Nintendo drops it. So you better be here. Better be here. You might hear about what's happening at the Nintendo Direct first, right here on Nintendo Prime Live during our pre-show when we're giving away $3,500 worth of stuff over the course of 4 days, all 4 days of E3. We might actually know what's going to happen before it happens and be able to break that news to you live. Now, that doesn't replace seeing the trailers. Got to see the trailers. But we might know what games are going to be there. Still got to watch Nintendo's presentation. But wouldn't it be cool to know this is the slate that's going to be there? Wouldn't it be cool if we just definitively knew hours before it happened, this is what Nintendo's going to show? And she says, hey, if I do find out, that's probably when I'm going to find out. And now I know why that's probably when she would get access to it. But again, I can't say more than that than revealing how she gets her information. Can Spirit Tracks be remade? I mean, I have this track in here for a reason. That's on my little stream deck over here for a reason. Because I want it remade, and I love Spirit Tracks. Can it be remade? Yes. Will it? Probably not. Okay, now you're just rambling. First time at one of my live streams, huh? You guys realize that like this is I go over some stuff, I present some topics, and my streams are basically I just converse back and forth with you guys and answer questions, right? Like that's what my streams are. If I'm not doing games and stuff. Or E3. Or like podcasts are different. Podcasts are I'm putting on a show. If I'm putting on a show, that's different. MP Live, if you ever see the words MP Live, it means Nintendo Prime Live. It's just me having a conversation with all of you guys. I present some topics, we talk about those topics, and we do a Q&A. And we chit-chat. That's what I do. That is the purpose of Nintendo Prime Live. We'll talk about some news, and then we'll talk about whatever you guys want me to talk about. Samus Hunter became a topic, so we talked about it. You can't remember if you followed Nintendo Prime or Samus Hunter first? I have no idea who you followed first. I don't remember who even told me about her. Let's see here. Remember to at me in the chat if you guys have a question. I am glancing in the chat for a few questions that people have gotten in. Like Logan LeBlanc said, hey Nate, question. Remember, at Nintendo Prime in the chat. Does your shows for E3 start before E3 or when E3 starts? So, here's the plan. Whenever E3 schedule gets announced, right? What's happening, what times, etc., on what days. That is when I start to set up our show. Because our show happens while their show is going on, but also starts before their show. So we are going to be starting at least 2 hours before anything's happening at E3. So on June 12th, at least 2 hours before anything happens. It might be more than 2 hours, but I'm saying at least, because it kind of depends. Like say E3 is kicking off at 7 a.m. Okay, we'll start at 5. Because we have stuff to do. We got giveaways to get through. We got competitions to get through. We got conversations. We got guests that we're going to have on, all that jazz. So we have a show to put on for you guys leading into E3. But yeah, we're going to be streaming everything that happens at E3, and we have our own shows going on during E3 while the shows are going on. It'll make all sense when you're here. You just got to be here for a day, and you'll see how it's handled. I mean, you'll probably know within, I'd say within an hour, but these are going to be like 12-hour live streams. So if you stick around for like 4 or 5 hours with us, you'll get a gist of how we're going to be doing all of E3. Because we have our own shows, our own conversations, our own guests, our own giveaways, but we're not getting in the way of what's happening at E3. We're complementing what's going on at E3. Everything that's being announced at E3 will be here on our channel. Yes, live. We'll be live reacting. But we're going to have other stuff built around all of that. You really have high hopes for Legends Arceus. Legends Arceus, Pokemon Legends Arceus is my dream Pokemon game. At least my dream of what I want Pokemon to become. Whether or not they pull it off successfully, that's a different story. But it's everything I have wanted them to do in the past. So hopefully it's what I want it to be. But, maybe that's me being selfish. What do you know / predict for Breath of the Wild 2? I don't know anything other than multiple sources have stated that Breath of the Wild 2 will be at E3. That's it. That's about all I know. I don't know what's going to be shown. I don't know what the story's going to be, if they're going to reveal the title, the release date. I don't know any of that. But I have been told by multiple people, not Samus Hunter, other sources, that Breath of the Wild 2 will be at E3. That's all I know. And that alone makes me hyped for E3. More than anything, that makes me hyped. Do we know when the Nintendo Direct happens around E3? It's actually part of E3. And no, we don't. Not yet. Jeff Grubb did say we're supposed to hear about it this week. We're supposed to hear Nintendo's plans for E3 this week or by the end of this week. That's what Jeff Grubb said this upcoming week. Not now. Like some people consider this the end of the week. The next week. So Sunday through Saturday coming up here. The 23rd through the 30th or whatever. At some point in there, we're supposed to hear Nintendo's plans according to Jeff Grubb. I have a feeling we're going to hear everybody's plans. I think the ESA is going to announce the schedule. The ESA has been slowly trickling information out. They trickled out who the hosts are going to be. They trickled out, the app. They just trickled out another thing. What's the other? Let me go to my email quick. They trickled out another E3 email the other day. Stream partners. So they have that trickled out as well. Stream partners. So that just came out on May 21st. So they're getting to the point that they have almost everything. The ESA and the E3 crew has almost everything announced at this point, except for what the E3 schedule is. So I feel like that's like the next thing they're going to drop. Okay, here's our stream partners. Here's our media partners. Here's all the people that are participating in E3. Here's our host. Here's this. Here's that. Here's the app. Now, all that's left is to announce is when is everything taking place. And the ESA is smart and knows that's probably the last thing we should talk about. Because if we announce who's hosting and all stuff, people aren't going to care as much after the schedule's announced. Let's announce all of that ahead of time. Announce the schedule last. So I think the reason we don't know most of these companies, what day and what times they're doing stuff at, is because the ESA is going to announce everything. Remember, the ESA is hosting this event. Okay, that doesn't mean they're not pre-recorded by Nintendo, pre-recorded by Microsoft. No, but it's an event being put on by the ESA. E3 is owned by the ESA. Okay, they are putting on the event. These companies are participating in that event. So it is a show they are putting on that we will be live reacting to and building our own other show and other features around. We're basically going to enhance E3's show, is what I'm saying. That's our hopes anyway. Maybe we suck. Maybe it ends up being the worst E3 ever, and I bomb. We do all our giveaways, but people end up getting to the end of my E3 and they go, God, that Nintendo Prime guy.
Oh, Nintendo Prime, your E3 show really sucked, and now I must unsubscribe because I didn't win. Your giveaways are fake because you never drew my name. You must play favorites because all the members won, so fall on my knees and go to a different channel.
I don't know. My coverage might just suck. What am I going to do? What am I going to do about it? I have lots of amazing plans, and if it all works out, there's going to be issues at some point, right? We have a 2-man crew here. There's something's going to happen. I don't know if it's going to be a technical issue, an audio issue. I don't know what. Something's going to happen. I just know it. But then again, everything's been going so well. Like my streams have been going fine. The podcast has been going fine. My videos have been going good. I did have one technical issue the other day. Already have stuff on the way to fix it. Not having my hard drive crash in the middle of E3. Got my hard drive. I finally got a warning on my hard drive that it's reaching end of life. Believe it or not, SSDs do reach end of life. So I do have a new SSD on the way to my house. So I can, before the hard drive fails entirely, I can clone the drive, boot off that drive, call it a day. Rename the drive to the current one so there's no issues with the programs. I know what I'm doing. I just, I didn't plan to have to, go drop $130 on a new hard drive, but it's all right. This one's even faster. So, than my current one. Because my current one's a SATA SSD, Samsung Evo 850 is my current one, and I'm switching over to an M.2. It's only going to be a Gen 3. The Gen 4 ones are insanely expensive, but it's going to be a Gen 3 one. And besides, my computer doesn't have a Gen 4 slot on it anyways, but it's the fastest Gen 3 one on the market that is under $300. Do we know when the Nintendo Direct? I answered that. Thoughts on?
Thank you, Taker 610, for the $2.
Thank you so much, man. It says, can you give away a $90,000 electric F-150? No. I ain't rolling. I ain't got the kind of bankroll. No. Not happening. Sorry. Maybe someday. I was joking with Eric, the co-host. Like, if we nail our E3 and it goes crazy good and we do numbers that are absolutely insane and everything's going awesome, how do we top that show? We top it by, just straight up getting our own booth at E3 next year and hosting live from E3. It's gonna cost like $100,000 to do that though. So at that point I could do a $90,000 electric F-150 instead, right? We don't have that kind of money though, so it's like super unrealistic, but it's like, well, that would definitely be bigger than this show because we're actually at E3. We can do live interviews with people from Nintendo. Wouldn't that be sweet? Highly Kibe says, I think your coverage is always top notch. Thank you for that. Pedro Marangon says, what are your thoughts on the Switch Pro rumors? I gotta get that shot in for Taker 610. My thoughts on the Switch Pro rumors? Most of them are right and correct. And I expect the Switch Pro by the end of March 2022. That's about it. That's about what I got for you. Of course the Nets are gonna win. That's all right. Boston's not that good, so I hope Breath of the Wild 2 has at least the all kind of extra stuff Breath of the Wild had for it, DLC, amiibo functionality. So I'm probably Rusty said $100. Donut and the shirt comes off. So people say this because Rich from Review Tech USA once threw out a joke. Yeah, if someone donates $200, I'll take my shirt off. And then it was a joke. He didn't actually mean it. And then someone literally within minutes donated $200. So he took his shirt off. And then he said, that's insane. So I guess if people want to do that, let's make it $100. Then people started doing that. And he's like, oh my God. All right. So for $50, I'll take off my shirt for an hour, right? That's something Rich said. And so now every live stream he does, he's like taking his shirt off all the time. Thanks for subscribing, Oren Green and Willie Reapin. There's probably not any amount of money someone can donate to make me take off my shirt. Not because I'm self-conscious. It's more so just it's just not doesn't fit my personality, right? I like to party, but I don't go streaking. Does that make sense? I'm not that kind of person. But if someone does do a hundo, that's when this comes out. And this is the bane of my existence. Tequila is the bane of my existence. That's why it's so expensive. I mean, if you guys make me finish this bottle this year, I will cry. I will literally cry. I don't think I could. I don't think I could handle it. That's like the one booze that's like my kryptonite. That's why it's so expensive. Because if I did it at a cheaper tier, like I would. I mean, I'm not an alcoholic. I know it seems like it, but I'm not. Most of the shots I end up doing are just like beer, So I end up finishing like a beer a night. Which, by the way, 1 drink a night, 1 beer or glass of wine is actually healthy for you. So people always wonder, you're killing your liver. Like, I didn't really do that much. Spencer Harris.
Thank you for the $5 Canadian.
So how's this for a Switch Pro concept? Long post, see at chat message. Okay, where's your concept? 1 out of 3 messages. He says, the handheld is a replacement for the existing Switch, a la the red box Switch. Okay. The screen will be better, run a bit faster, but not a gigantic leap. Okay. I don't know what run a bit faster means. It's already 60 FPS. Okay. Then he says the dock is that magic piece. It'll do all the work to upscale the TV experience. But that's not all it does. It turns every Switch out there, standard, light, and pro, into a gamepad. It turns the dock. What? Not just one gamepad though. It will be able to handle multiple Switches working together at once. What? Local multiplayer, each person with a personal screen. Nintendo will finally fulfill what they set out to do with the Wii U. What is it that you think Nintendo set out to do with the Wii U? I'm trying to understand what you mean by the dock is that magic piece. It'll do all the work to upscale the TV experience, but that's not all it does. It turns every Switch out there, standard, light, and pro, into a gamepad. So like a Wii U gamepad. Okay, I guess I get what you're saying there. You realize the purpose of the Wii U gamepad was just so when someone used the TV, you could keep playing your game, right? That's literally was like the number one marketing thing they did for Wii U. The purpose of the Wii U is already realized with the Switch as it is. To be able to console game while somebody uses the TV. That was the de facto reason of existence for Wii U. So technically, Switch already fulfills it. Now you're talking about what you're talking about is essentially what some games did with Game Boy Advance on the GameCube. Remember Four Swords Adventures? Four Swords Adventures ran natively on GameCube, but then you could hook up 4 Game Boy Advances and play 4-player, and then you had a second screen experience, and each person had their own individual screen experience. That's actually something Nintendo did way back when. But I think they've actually done that a couple of times, not just Four Swords Adventures. That's just the one that sticks in my mind because I personally experienced it. So, yeah, that's really what I got there for that. It's an interesting idea. That's not what they're going to do, but that is a very interesting idea. Thanks for presenting that idea. Here, this one's for you. Thank you so much for your super chat as well. So Nick Forrest has a question. Are you going to cover Microsoft because of Microsoft Nintendo partnership? Sorry if you answered this already. I missed it if you did. All right. During E3, we cover everybody. So you guys know we always do awesome Nintendo coverage. We're covering Microsoft, Ubisoft. Well, let me just go to the... screw it. I'm like doing this off the top of my head. I don't have to do it off the top of my head. They have everything listed on their website. We're covering all of it. All of it during E3, okay? There's not a single company we're not covering. So we're covering Nintendo, Xbox, Ubisoft, Square Enix, Verizon if they have something going on. Take-Two, Capcom, Warner Bros., Sega, Bandai Namco, Gearbox, Marvelous and XC Games, Mythical, Freenode Games, NetEase, Turtle Beach, Otter Gaming, Devious Eye Entertainment, Binge, etc., etc. We're covering them all. We're covering the entirety of E3. We're not skipping anything. We're not going to be like, oh, Microsoft is about to show their conference. So anyways, why don't you guys go enter this giveaway we got going on? And Eric, let's grab a special guest in and let's talk more about some Nintendo topics right in the middle of Microsoft's conference. No, we're covering everything. We're live reacting to the entirety of E3. All of it. Every company. Not just because they might have something for Nintendo. Obviously, they might have something for Nintendo. Sega might have something for Nintendo. Warner Bros. Could. Take-Two could. Capcom, Ubisoft, Square Enix, Bandai Namco. All these companies could have something coming to Switch. Yeah, sure, that's a reason to react. But we're reacting to everyone. I'm a multi-console gamer. Just because we primarily talk about Nintendo here doesn't mean I don't enjoy other systems. We're covering all of E3. We do it every year. In case you didn't know, we've live react to all the, back when PlayStation was doing conferences, we live react to the PlayStation conference. We live react to everything. So it's okay that you didn't know that because you probably weren't here for prior years. But yeah, we always live react to the entirety of E3. Every time. It's just in prior years, we also went to E3. So we live react to all the press conferences and then we go to E3, which kind of sucked because then we weren't live reacting to the Nintendo Treehouse. But we go to E3 and then we'd play the games for ourselves and put out exclusive, impressions, conversations, footage, stuff that we obviously can't do this year. But is Earthbound worth getting on 3DS if you're not really an RPG guy? I mean, here's the thing, Talbaran. If you're not an RPG guy, should you buy an RPG? No. I'm going to tell you right now. If you're not into RPGs, you shouldn't buy an RPG. You're not going to like it just because other fans like it. I'm just throwing that out there. That's my personal opinion. Maybe you will end up liking it. But like me with fighting games, it doesn't really matter what fighting game you give me. I'm not going to have as good a time at it as I would if I would have spent that money on something else. So, if you're not into RPGs, then why buy an RPG? Oliver Lois, thank you for subscribing. I appreciate that. And there's probably some other subs I missed during the stream. Thank you guys so much. Did we hit 62.3 or 662? 68.3? Man, it felt like we were not too long ago we were at 62. We did hit 68.3 during the stream. Nice. Thank you guys so much. I think a lot of people are subscribing from the live stream. I really appreciate that. And I can't wait to get rid of this mic. This is actually a really nice mic, by the way. But we're upgrading our audio system for E3. So I think starting on Monday, you won't see me use this mic for a while. So it stops covering my face. We're not getting rid of the mics. At least not yet. I have uses for them. Fringe uses, but I still want to keep them for those fringe uses. As a backup audio recording, stuff like that, in case there's an audio issue. You gotta have backups. Gotta have backups to your backups to your backups. That way, if you did a really epic recording session, there's nothing worse than when you're making a video. This happened to me this last week. I made a banger of a video, right? And I loved it. I had high energy, because I don't know if people know, I don't script my videos, okay? I have talking points, I have like an outline. Here's the things I need to talk about. Here's quotes. Here's whatever. I have outlines, and as I'm sitting down, ideas start formulating in my head about what I'm going to say. But I don't script anything. Even like sometimes when you see little comedy bits at the beginning, like when I'm like, oh boy, the tinfoil hat's out for this one. I did that up by the seat of my pants, right? I didn't just like plan that out ahead of time. So it's kind of interesting that like that's how I run my channel. People are like, man, your content quality has really gone up. You're in such command and in so much control of what's going on. And it's like, I'm still doing it all by the seat of my pants and just winging it. I guess I'm just really good at winging it. But I enjoy that because I have scripted things, and you'll absolutely know when I've scripted things. Not because you're seeing me read something, because I'll probably do voiceover gameplay, but because I'm not good at like looking at a teleprompter and reading it off and having it not sound like I'm reading a teleprompter, right? It's like reading a book to a kid. You can tell I'm reading a book. When I want it to sound like I'm just saying this to you guys, So anyways. So I had a video I recorded, and the audio turned out great. The video had some glitches. I'm not sure what caused the glitches, but I got to a certain point where I was about 7.5 minutes in, and I basically didn't have any more video to work with for the next 8 minutes. And then I was going to be lazy and be like, hey, I had some really high energy. I had a really awesome take. I had some really cool stuff going on here. I don't want to lose that. So I'm going to go voiceover gameplay for the rest of this. The midway through the video, I'm just somehow swapping out what I normally do for voiceover gameplay. And people are just going to live with it because I had some cool takes. I was about to send that video live, and I told myself, no, I'm lowering the quality standards I have for my video because I'm too lazy to re-record it. So then I go and I re-record it. The video ends up going from 18 minutes to 12 minutes. No problem. But why did it go from 18 to 12? Not because I had less to say, but because I already said it once. And the second time around, it didn't come out as well. That's the problem for me when I have to re-record a video, is it doesn't come out as well the second time around. It doesn't come out with the same energy, the same excitement, because when I'm first coming up on the fly with the things I'm going to say, it's exciting to me. It just flows. It's natural. But then when I got to redo it, it's like I already know what I already did, and that's what's running in my head, and then it kind of feels like it's scripted. So then it just doesn't feel as good of a video. So I ended up putting that video out, and I said, man, maybe I should just scrap the entire video since I can't re-record. So I would not do good working for another YouTube channel that they required me to read a script. Would not go over well for me. Legends Arceus is going to be amazing if Monolith Soft helps. I guarantee Monolith Soft is helping out. Monolith Soft has helped out with Pokemon before, but they basically help out with anything. Nate, are you trying to say Nate the donkey or Nate the ram? What is that? What emoji is that? I can't tell. It's so small. Is it a ram? Is that a donkey? That's gotta be a ram, right? Nate the ram. Do you think we get a Treehouse demo of Breath of the Wild 2? I think we're getting a trailer. I think we're getting a developer interview, and I think we're gonna get Nintendo Treehouse playing Breath of the Wild 2. I think we're getting all three. GOAT. That's what it. Okay. Greatest of all time. Got it. See, it's so small. I couldn't. Look at it. Just that reference just went right over. Right over my head. Right over my head. How long do you think the Switch Pro has been in development? Oh boy. Since at least 2017. Nintendo's always working on hardware. To be clear, Nintendo is literally always working on hardware. What are you expecting from Monolith Soft? They're going to reveal a game. I don't know if it's the new Xenoblade. I don't know if it's the new IP. One of those two are being revealed. Possibly both. That's my gut feeling. I don't know, but my gut feeling, I'm kind of leaning towards the new IP. One, because I think the new IP has been in the works longer. Two, Furukawa recently said at an investors meeting that Nintendo is heavily investing and focusing on new IP. It'd be nice if he said that and then E3 came and they showed off a major new IP. That's my take anyways. So I feel like that major new IP is going to be the one that Monolith Soft is working on. Again, gut feeling. I don't actually know. I don't have any actual insider information. But yeah, that's what I'm feeling. All right, I have to go close the garage. So I will be right back. I'm going to show you guys my E3 splash screen and play some quick music for you guys. Let's go with some Zelda tunes here. So let me hit this. It's gonna do a little jitter quick. I have to go close I literally have to go close the garage. So one second. Be right back. we're good. We're all good. Turn off that screen. All right. We're back. Thank you guys for sticking around. Hopefully I wasn't gone too long. At E3, they're going to sacrifice an Jeez. Excuse me. All right, folks, remember all super chats and stuff tonight get me to do some shoddy shots. We basically, $1 ones get me some beer, $5 we get into the rum chata, 10s get into the pucker, 15s get into UV cherry. Where's it go from there? 20s for Jaeger, 25 for this bad boy, and if we get to $100 in total super chats or $100 super chat period comes in, or both, the bane of my existence comes out in tequila. Anyways, let's get back to it. Also, by the way, we're at 1 out of 5 members. If we get 4 new members, 4 new people to hit that join button tonight, we will do a giveaway live on stream for all of you. Happens every single stream if we get 5 new members. And every 5 members after that is an additional giveaway. All right. Grab my water. Getting a little parched. All right. So we're in the Q&A session of the stream. Ask your questions at Nintendo Prime in the chat. Ask away. Until we get some questions in. I don't just want to sit here in silence. See what some of the latest news is right now. We got the newsy news. Limited Run. You guys know Limited Run games. They have announced 2 physical Double Dragon releases for Nintendo Switch. We're going to be getting Double Dragon 4. And physically released. A limited collection will be coming as well called Double Dragon Neon. So that was just announced today. That's kind of cool. Then we get a Xenoblade export. So there was a time I thought we would. There's some, okay, how do I say this? There is some internal drama over Xenoblade Chronicles X at Monolith Soft. I don't know all the details, but some of the things I've heard kind of makes it sound like they're trying to forget they ever made that game. Which is weird, because while Xenoblade Chronicles X is not the same kind of Xenoblade game as Xenoblade 1 and Xenoblade 2, it's still a good game. Xenoblade Chronicles X is factually a good game. So the idea of not getting it ported when everything else is coming from Wii U feels weird, right? Like, what do we have left from Wii U besides Twilight Princess HD and the Wind Waker HD? Xenoblade Chronicles X and Star Fox Zero, and then you could argue Paper Mario Color Slash, right? Those are like the only ones left. And to have one of them, a unique one, potentially not come because some internal drama is it's weird. Well, again, we'll see. I don't know. I want it to come. Do you think Ocarina of Time HD and Majora's Mask HD will be gussed up res from 3D? If Grezzo does it, yes. They're just going to be HD versions of the 3DS games, just like Miitopia. Depends on who does it. What non-Nintendo game are you most excited for that you hope to see at E3? I want to see more of Fable. Probably not going to see more of it, but I do want to. I also would be really interested if CD Projekt Red made an appearance at Microsoft's press conference, not just to unveil the next gen update for The Witcher 3 or the next gen version of The Witcher 3. It'd be cool to be teased for the next Witcher game. I don't know if they're going to, but I know CD Projekt Red needs some positive press. And for now, The Witcher is still entirely positive for them. So it would be cool to see a tease for the next Witcher game. It'd be cool to see a tease for Mario plus Rabbids 2. I guess it has to do with Nintendo though. Not Nintendo. Let's see. Everwild looks very interesting to me from Rare. Very interested in Everwild. So stuff like that. So a lot of Microsoft's offerings because they're one of the other companies there. It'd be cool too if I don't know. EA's not there, so I don't know. There's some stuff I was hoping to see from EA, but EA is not part of it. Let's see here. Gilly O'Sullivan, welcome. He says, at what point in the Breath of the Wild sequel do you think the trailer takes place? At what point, the original trailer? I think that's very early in the game. And I'm going to explain why. I think whatever happens to Link's arm in that trailer is the replacement for the Sheikah slate. And you got to get that in the beginning of the game. I could be wrong. This could very well be something that happens towards the end of the game. It's very possible that this is an end of game cutscene. But I get the feeling this is like right towards the beginning, like in the first few hours of the game. Just a feeling. I don't know, obviously, but that's what I think. Plus, Nintendo usually doesn't tease late game stuff like that. Let's see here. Do you think the Game by Retro with that robot will be at E3? Retro Studios robot. What are you talking about? Am I forgetting? I must be forgetting something. What are you talking about? A Game by Retro with that robot? Is there something going on in Retro Studios I'm not aware of here? The only game officially announced by them is Metroid Prime 4. Is that what you mean? But Samus isn't a robot. She's a humanoid in a suit. I'm confused. I think that's what you mean. Since Breath of the Wild is based on the same map, says Daniel, how do you think they'll be doing the music? Do you think it will be the same but a different rendition or brand new? I think they'll do a new soundtrack, but it's going to be like a similar kind of soundtrack, right? It's going to be like ambient music, letting nature come through. I think they're going to stick with the same sort of theming elements, but it'll be all new music. I don't think you're going to have the same, field themes. I think they're going to make it feel unique in that way. Momia Mulvey. Wait, no. I don't know. Momia Malvada, thank you for subscribing. As I'm sitting here debating how to pronounce that name. Yeah, Witcher 4 would be amazing. Like, just a tease. I'm talking like an Elder Scrolls styles tease. Like, yeah, this game's not coming for like 4 or 5 years, but here's like, an idea of what this game's going to be. So still, just to know like it's coming, like that's their next big game, right? That's what I'm hoping. Sword and Shield were huge for Game Freak. First mainline HD Pokemon games, first free roam areas, brand new console to make for only in 3 years. While considering they usually turn around Pokemon games in a year. But it was obviously a good. I mean, Game Freak's gotta be pleased that it sold a crap load of copies. One of the best-selling Pokemon games of all time. They were $60 a piece. I'm sure they're happy with the sales results for sure, if nothing else. As for free roam, it was more like okay, so for Pokemon, it was like the most free roam there's been, but it was more like Hyrule Field than I would say free roam. Because to me, free roam means you can go anywhere you want, whenever you want. Free roam is like another word for open world. And it's not open world. What they have is a connecting field that you can run around in. Is it cool? Is it different than other Pokemon games? Yes. But it'd be like if they took all the routes and just combined them into a single area, right? I don't know that like that's that really matters that much. I mean, it does, but it does. What they're doing with Pokemon Legends Arceus, as an example, is what I wanted them to do with Pokemon Sword and Shield. And now they're doing it, so we'll see what happens. Think they'll add more land to the overworld? Yes. Oliver G. More land to Breath of the Wild 2? Yes. So I think we're going to have most of the original, if not all of the original Hyrule. We're going to get some of the surrounding area. I think we're also going to go underground a little bit into some underground caverns. And then I also think there's a chance that we go up in the sky. I got a feeling we're going up in the sky above the world. Yeah. It's going to be crazy. That's a theory, a game theory. Thanks for watching. But yeah. If you had to choose, what do you think the Zelda 35th game pack would look like? Like the game pack? What do you... Loki. I love that name. Loki Ravenstorm. What do you mean by game pack? Do you mean like a 3D All-Stars like collection? Or do you mean just like the pack of games, like all the games are going to release for the 35th? Like, what do I think the full slate of games is going to be for the 35th? Like, what do you mean by that? Can you expound on that so I can get there? What's up, Greg? How's it going? Thank you for subscribing, Daniel, by the way. You're drunk typing. I am not even close to be getting there. I'm not even close. I have a ways to go. Good to go. Let me see here. Do you think that some elements from Skyward Sword will be present in Breath of the Wild 2? And that's why they're remastering. Yes. Yes. Absolutely. Abso-freaking-lutely. That's exactly 1000% what I believe. All right? Like 18,000% what I believe. If I'm just being completely honest. And get to that in a second.
Thank you, Taker610, for the $2.
And Taker610 says,
after 2019 Breath of the Wild 2 trailer, what was your timeline?
What do you mean by that? What was your timeline? Like the official Zelda timeline? That didn't really change. I'm not sure what you mean by that, Taker610. Care to elaborate, my good friend? And cheers. Do 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 do. I don't know why the Smash Bros. Music is stuck in my head. Literally, it's like, yeah, stuck in my head. One more time. Do you think we will get Ocarina of Time HD? I don't think so. But Game Over Jesse is sure doing his darndest to make me believe. Because you know how like that song, like, you know, I'll make a man out of you. Yeah. He's like, I'll make a believer out of you. That's totally what Game Over Jesse's trying to do right now. He's trying to make me a believer. I'm not there yet. I'm keeping my skepticism up. Do you ever think we get to see Twilight Princess HD remake? We're going to get Twilight Princess HD, but a remake? I don't think they're ever going to remake Twilight Princess. Ever. Let's see here. Maybe a 4K update for it for, like, you know, some future system, but remember when Reggie left Nintendo and Retro gave him some concept art of a robot arm? Oh, yeah, I don't think that was a reference to a game at all. I don't think it was a reference to a game. I think that was just a neat little parting gift. Thightbot Ma Ringer, like it's like an inside joke kind of thing. If Breath of the Wild 2 featured time travel, where and when do you think our heroes will go? I don't think it features time travel. So I know you're saying, well, if it did. I don't know. Maybe they zoom back to Age of Calamity. Maybe they go all the way back to the very beginning, even before Skyward Sword. Wouldn't that be sick? Seriously, there's some really cool technology things that happened that like are referenced in Skyward Sword that we have never seen. I would love to go back to the heyday of Hyrule. It literally feels like the heyday of Hyrule. I want to go back to that high society Hyrule. It existed at one point. That would be really cool to time travel back then. Thoughts on Breath of the Wild 2 expanding out to water, explorable islands, underwater regions, and boats? Well, they have explorable islands already. I don't know if you're aware of that. There's already islands in Breath of the Wild that you can like go out to and explore. Underwater is one thing that they don't really have. So it would be nice to maybe get underwater back. They do have some boats. They're not like great boats, but there are boats already in Breath of the Wild. So I guess having, a better boat system would be kind of neat. Wouldn't it be cool if you could like find, Link's Awakening? I know there's a reference to it in the game, but like find the original island that was just a dream, or I don't know. It'd be kind of neat. I know you're thinking like Wind Waker style and all that. I get what you're saying. I don't think we're gonna get that kind of game. Do you think we'll know Nintendo E3 plans this coming week? If so, how much info will we get? Joseph Stewart. All right, so here's what I think is going to happen. According to Jeff Grubb, by the end of this week, we are supposed to get Nintendo's E3 plans. Now, that does make sense because we're in the last week of May. So by the end of this week, we'll be 2 weeks away from E3. And at the end of the first, the first week of June or whatever is Media Week for E3. So it's where the media members get to meet behind the scenes with Nintendo and all the other publishers that are at E3. So here's my thing. I think what's going to happen, like where all those interviews happen, a lot of those interviews happen during Media Week. Some of them do happen during E3, but a lot of them happen during Media Week. Here's the thing. I think what's going to happen is Nintendo's going to announce, I don't know, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, or the ESA. I said the ESA is going to announce, but if Nintendo announces, Nintendo will give additional information anyways. Even if the ESA announces the schedule, Nintendo will then announce additional things. According to Samus Hunter, she said 2 things they were planning to do for Nintendo Treehouse, potentially. A Smash tournament and Splatoon 3 tournament. Now, she did not say those are definitively, she gave herself an out, but she did say that they are in discussions of happening. So we'll see if those go. Like, if the Splatoon 3 tournament with Nintendo Treehouse happens, that would be sick. So that's one thing that you can maybe expect. Beyond all that, I do expect Nintendo to give a tease. Okay, I expect them to do something like, this is when our digital event or whatever is happening, where you can get your, a fresh look at Breath of the Wild 2. And I feel like because if you think about what they've done at all like recent E3s, right? They've kind of been themed, right? So 2016, that was the Zelda one, right? 2017. That was themed around Mario Odyssey, right? 2018, Smash Bros. 2019 didn't have the biggest of themes because it was like a combo of Pokemon, Sword and Shield. Even though they had talked about it before E3, the actual theming of the show was still like Pokemon and like Luigi's Mansion. There's like a combo theme there. And then we didn't have one last year. This year, I think it's going to go back to Breath of the Wild. So they're going to tease that you're going to find out more about the sequel of Breath of the Wild 2 and other games at our E3 show to get people excited and hyped and ready to go. That's what I expect them to do. So they're just going to tell you, hey, we're going to talk about this game there. Look forward to it, please. And then they'll give you a couple teases of some tournaments. That Treehouse tournaments, by the way. I don't think they're going to be public tournaments. Believe. Chris Lewis says, believe we're getting Ocarina of Time HD. Believe it. What do you think of Super Paper Mario? Is that the name of the? No. What? Oh, that's the second Paper Mario game. I was like, wait, are we talking about a new one? Why are you asking me about an old game? I didn't play a lot of it. I did like it when I did play it. but I didn't play enough of it. That's why I defaulted the other day when someone asked me about my favorite Paper Mario game. I ended up going with Thousand Year Door because I actually beat that game. I was enjoying Super Paper Mario when I played it, but I didn't actually beat it. So, yeah. I do enjoy it, though. Subnautica is a must-buy to you? I've heard some good things. Edward, welcome to the stream, by the way. I don't know if you've been here the whole time, but welcome. I have heard some good things about Subnautica. Do you think Demise could be a Smash character? Possibly. I think it would be interesting if they announced the new Zelda character for Smash. It's been a long time since there's been a new Zelda character. So, it could be interesting if they announced the new one. Detective Pikachu film was lit. Yes, it was. Thanks for subscribing, Greg's Retro Channel 2 and David. Man, you actually got like the straight up username David? Good for you. Good for you. Then again, can't you just rename to whatever username you want, if I remember right? So you can like just copy other people's usernames on YouTube. I guess it's not that unique. I was gonna be like, did you really get the OG? No, I mean, anyone. I've renamed my channel before as a joke. So I know you can just name whatever you want. Sidon for Smash. That's what Greg wants. No plows, Streamlabs. Something happened on Streamlabs and I missed it? It doesn't look like it. Oh, Streamlabs, let me know that you subscribed. Yeah. Sorry, I didn't realize who said that. Spooky QX says, next Smash character is Saul Bad Guy because I said so. Watch it. We Breath of the Wild Zelda for Smash. At Player Essence. They're not gonna add like a second Zelda. They already have the skin in there. Is Player Essence here? I'm pretty sure Player Essence is like, isn't he on the Spawncast right now? I'd like to see a Zelda collection of games like Konami's Castlevania collection a couple years ago. So would I. Are you in my brain right now? Is this a thing that's happening? Like, are you just like inserting yourself into my head and telling me what's up? You know what I would like to see? This is a dream. I think Sega owns the rights. Correct me if I'm wrong if Sega doesn't. I would like to see a Skies of Arcadia 2. I can't be the only one, can I? I really want to see a Skies of Arcadia 2. I also want to see a Baten Kaitos remake. Please tell me I'm not alone in this. If I am alone in this, I'm going to go cry. Those two games, one needs to be remade, one needs a sequel. Some might argue they both need to be remade. You can ask if he's on Spawncast or fine. I mean, don't have to pay. I could just go look. Load up Spawncast quick. Or is Spawncast done? Wait. Spawncast. No, Spawncast is still gone. Is he not on there? Oh, no, he's on there. I could already see him in the thumbnail. He's on there. What are these fools talking about anyways? Should we do a live reaction to Spawncast? I've joked in the past about doing like live reactions to other people's podcasts before while the podcast is going on. Wouldn't that be funny? Live reacting to a live podcast. Since I'm not on that podcast, let me inject myself into that podcast like I'm there. Oh, John, you silly boy, you. Oh my gosh, Nate the Hate. That was so hilarious. Oh, you're so great. Oh, Player Essence, give me your RPG goodness. Oh man, I mean, I legitimately love the crew over there. It's just, I've always like had this weird idea to like live react to someone else's podcast. Like I feel so, I'd almost feel dirty doing it because it's like they won't invite me on, so I'm gonna live react. Like I'm jealous of not being on or something. Any other racing games coming up like Kirby Air Ride or F-Zero? So I have a wild idea. I threw this out on the podcast. A wild idea that F-Zero is the game being made by the Mario Kart and ARMS team. That they're bringing it back. I don't have any evidence to support this. It's just a want. It's a desire. And hey, that team's making something, so why not F-Zero? But I don't know they're making it. I don't have any information on that. Cat Bergeson's live, is he? Gosh, I don't know. I just closed my tab. The people, because I'm subscribed to Cat Bergeson. Oh wait, he's live on Twitch, isn't he? Yeah, he's live on Twitch. That's why. Yeah, like when I click on my live right now, Cat Bergeson's live on YouTube. Don't mind. Hey, he had 1,000 subs. That's right. Well, I know who we're gonna raid when we end the stream. That's right, we're gonna raid, but we're not ending the stream yet. We're still here. We're still partying. But we'll go give Cat Bergeson a little boost here towards the end. Pedro Marangon says, "Do you think we could get a classic 2D Zelda remake for the 35th anniversary? I honestly would love a Zelda 1 remake." No. But I have a theory. So, you know what I keep saying? I don't think Ocarina of Time HD and Majora's Mask HD are going to happen. Game Over Jesse's trying to convince me. I don't think it's going to happen. His running theory is that these are the games that Grezzo is working on for the 35th anniversary of Zelda. My running theory is the last Zelda game Grezzo made for Nintendo Switch was Link's Awakening. And by the way, Grezzo has made a unique Zelda game in the past in Triforce Heroes. My thought process is Grezzo's making a new top-down 2D Zelda game. Well, it won't be 2D, but 2.5D, whatever. A new top-down Zelda game. A brand new one, not a remake. I don't want any more remakes of the top-down games. I want new ones. I want to know Nintendo hasn't abandoned new top-down Zelda games. You realize we haven't had one since Triforce Heroes. Oh, Link's Awakening. It's a remake or a remaster, whatever you want to call it. It's not new. Triforce Heroes is the last one we had. I want a new one. Not another remake. A new one. Thank you for that question. I do appreciate it. Obscure Nintendo exclusives you would like a sequel of. That's a good question. I like that question, Turtle. I'm trying to dig deep into my gaming history right now. Because I can't say like Wave Race, like that's not obscure. People know about that. See, I didn't really play a lot of the obscure ones when I was a kid. Maybe, I mean, 1080, I suppose, that they only do like one of those, and Nintendo I know owns the rights. 1080 snowboarding. I've talked about Snowboard Kids before. I'm trying to think of this RPG I played way back on the NES that there's only one. Star Tropics. That's what I was thinking of. Let's get a sequel to Star Tropics. I mean, at this point, you'd probably have to remake it, but remake the game, then get a sequel. Star Tropics, baby. That game is so great. That game was arguably better than Zelda 1 back in the day. Legitimately that good. Very different, though, kind of game. Captain Rainbow. Every time I hear the words Captain Rainbow, I'm like, Captain Planet, he's a hero. Gonna reduce pollution down to 0. I got to be careful. I had to go with the auto-tune on that for a reason. That song, if you sing it, copyright strike. Not even a claim, a strike. I sang it one time, just that small little snippet from the Captain Planet show. I sang it one time a cappella 3 years ago, and I got a copyright strike the next day. What's cool is when I hit the autotune, they can't recognize it. That's what I love about autotune. You say that, then I'll sing like a T-Pain thing, and then all of a sudden, oh, that sounds like T-Pain. I heard from a few other Nintendo insiders that Grezzo has been working on a remake of the Oracle games. Yeah, so, all right, so Kevin, that is actually a really, kind of an older rumor. There is one insider that put out there that Grezzo's working on the Oracle remakes. The other insiders have said they're working on Ocarina of Time and Majora's Mask. there's a lot of conflicting stuff from the insiders. And notably, all the insiders that I know that are talking about Ocarina of Time and are talking about the Oracle games are the kind of insiders that don't have like the greatest track record. So none of it is like, to me, reliable. It's not like Samus Hunter. It's not like Emily Rogers or something like that. Like, it's not super reliable. The super reliable people like Nate Drake, aka Nate the Hate, and all, like the super reliable people, the Jeff Grubbs, aren't talking about that stuff. So that's why, to me, it kind of feels like, do any of these people that are talking about it actually know? Maybe, but I just don't think so. Now, Game Over Jesse keeps claiming he's got a direct Nintendo connection. What I find really interesting when Jesse says that is, I wonder if he's like joking. Like, look, I love Jesse, man. He's a great guy. But it's like, nobody ever says publicly when you're a public figure, hey, I have a direct Nintendo connection. Because, like, isn't that a way to get him caught? I don't know. Maybe the guy quit. Maybe he used to work at Nintendo. I have no idea. But, I don't even know who owns Captain Planet. Yeah, man. I had to be. A lot of those old cartoon songs, like when I start getting into do 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 like, even the first couple of do's I did there might get me in trouble for Doug. Like, it's ridiculous. You used to be able to a cappella any song you wanted. You used to be able to karaoke any song you wanted. You used to be able to cover any song you wanted. All that stuff now gets copied. That's right. Creating a cover song gets you copyright striked on YouTube. Now, I didn't get striked over what I'm about to say, but you know what also gets you in trouble with YouTube? Your video is exploding in the YouTube algorithm. Super Mario 3D All-Stars. I got a video on trending for the first time ever. Gaming trending. All my videos exploded in the YouTube algorithm for like 2.5 weeks. YouTube came around and claimed I paid an external website for traffic. That was the claim, that I paid an external website for fake traffic. I kindly explained that according to the information I have on where my traffic came from, all of it came from YouTube's homepage and suggested videos. So if all that boosted in traffic came from YouTube's own algorithms and not from an external website, then how did I pay an external website for views? And when you pay an external website for views, why was my average viewer duration 6 to 7 minutes? It sucked. Dude, we made almost $5,000 that month. And then literally 2 days after the month ended, YouTube said, nope, never mind. You only made $800. Have a good day. Like, what the hell? So even getting like YouTube's attention and, oh, we got lucky. We blew up. We gained like 15,000 subscribers that month. Nope, they're all fake. YouTube. You never know. YouTube's in control of everything. The puppet master's behind the scenes. That was that sucks. So like, there's all these things on YouTube you have no control over, So I try to be careful. I really don't use that jump sound effect enough. Yeah, man, it was a lot of money to lose out on this time. I was pretty furious about it. Put it this way, I gave away during that month something like, and it was a big deal at the time. I gave away like $1,000 worth of copies of Super Mario 3D All-Stars that month because we were making so much. And then to like be told you don't have that money, so I just spent money that I'm not going to get paid back by YouTube. That sucked. So learn my lesson. Don't run giveaways for money you're planning to get. Run giveaways once the money's here. Because that's the first time it's ever happened, by the way. I've been on YouTube for 8 years. First time it's ever happened that YouTube said I made money, and then YouTube said, never mind, we're taking it all away because you're traffic. I've never had that happen ever in 8 years. So forgive me for thinking that when it said I made money, I actually made that money. I'm not going to go to court. I can't afford to go to court against it. Anyways, it's water under the bridge at this point. Obviously, we've moved on. But it's just funny how stuff on YouTube works. Rare replay at E3. Nope. You know what'll be at E3? xCloud gaming with Game Pass coming to Nintendo Switch. And that's how you'll get to enjoy Rare Replay. Kind of sucks because Rare Replay can run natively on Switch. But hey, at least you get access to it somehow. Better than not having access at all. I thought I was human, but it was just me, Dio, all along.
Oh yeah, sweet life of Dio Brando? Are you sure it's just you, Dio? Are you sure? Look into my eyes. Are you sure you know what you are speaking of? Are you sure? 100% positive.
Game over.
Oh boy. I love these voices, man. We're gonna have a lot of fun during E3. Just wait. I got a godly voice I have yet to debut. I know someone's gonna yell at me. You pronounce the T. You're not supposed to not pronounce the T. It's just debut. Okay. Guess what? I am from Wisconsin. All right. We all pronounce words differently. Get over it. We pronounce the T out here. All right, debut. I know. Let's chill. Mario Kart 9 is not happening. Makes zero business sense. Not necessarily true. Let me explain. Now, I don't know if we're getting Mario Kart 9. Okay? I don't know. But I will explain to you why if we did get it, it would make business sense. So, in the last year, they sold about 10 million copies, a little bit over 10 million copies of Mario Kart 8 Deluxe. Now, some of that was the holiday bundle, because remember, they rebundled Mario Kart 8 with Switch again for like the third holiday in a row, because Nintendo doesn't apparently know how to make any other holiday bundles. It's ridiculous. They just keep making the same one. It's really dumb. Whatever. But let me explain why Mario Kart 9 makes sense. So, yeah, they sold 10 million. Okay. They've sold 35 million copies or whatever, probably going to hit 40 million. All right. But if Mario Kart 9 came out this holiday, think about this. Pokemon Sword and Shield sold about 20 million copies in the span of like 4 months. Animal Crossing sold 30 million plus in a year. What sounds better to your pocketbooks? Another potential 10 million Mario Kart 8s, or possibly 30 million copies of Mario Kart 9 before the end of the fiscal year. You release Mario Kart 9 in October. What sounds better? Does it sound better to have another 10 million Mario Kart 8s or 20 million additional copies of a game sold? What sounds better? What sounds better to the pocketbook? What sounds better financially? Oh, we sold another 10 million Mario Kart 8 Deluxes, or we sold 30 million copies of Mario Kart 9 in like 5 months. Sold 40 million, 50 million of Mario Kart 9 by the end of the generation. What sounds better? Combining that with the current sales of Mario Kart 8 Deluxe to sell almost 100 million copies of a Mario Kart franchise on Switch. Or just keep coasting out Mario Kart 8 Deluxe. And then, get this, they can do DLC, $20 DLC pack for Mario Kart 9 like they did for Mario Kart 8. And guess what they get to do because they make a DLC pack? Day 1, month 1, next generation system, you launch with Mario Kart 9 Deluxe. Rinse and repeat exactly what the hell happened with Mario Kart 8, and you double dip in sales and sell another 35, 40 million on the next platform. How can you justify it? Because Deluxe brings all the DLC into one package. It's on a new system in 4K, 60 FPS or whatever. They can double dip again. That's why it makes sense. I'm not saying they're going to do it. They could just coast with Mario Kart 8, sell 5 to 10 million, all the way to the end of life. They can. That's fine. They can coast. Or they can not coast and sell a shitload more. That's why it makes sense. So why does it make sense? Because they can make more money. More money than they're making now on Mario Kart 8 Deluxe. Speaking of money.
Thank you so much, Johnny Luram, for the $2.99.
Thank you so much, man. Hadn't had a super chat in a while. I appreciate it. Had to get up for that one. Had to get up. Had to get hyped. Had to get hyped. Well, we raised the roof when we get hyped around here. But I wasn't exactly hyped, but I had to do something. Had to do something special for Mr. Johnny Luram. Cheers, man. All right. Now, again, I don't have no information they're actually going to do Mario Kart 9 at all. Salducci follows up to that and says, Mario Kart 8 sells more than any other Switch game, though. You're right. It does. Now, imagine that Mario Kart 9 comes out and it sells even more. This is the thing. Yes, Mario Kart 8 is the highest selling, Mario Kart 8 Deluxe, is the highest selling Switch game of all time. Likely not going to lose that crown, except to Mario Kart 9. So think about this. Let's say Switch goes another 2.5, 3 years. Let's just go 3 years, right? 3 additional years of sales. Let's say it averages 8 million a year, okay? I don't know if it's going to, if they're going to keep the holiday bundles going or whatever. Let's say it just averages 8 million for 3 years. So that's 8, 16, 24, right? 24 million more copies, which would be insane. You get the 24 million, you add that on, you're at, 59 million copies, which, by the way, I don't think they're going to average 8 million for the next 3 years, but let's just assume they did, 59 million. Okay, that's great. 24 million copies. Or you release Mario Kart 9 with DLC. You end up selling 50 million copies of that. In addition to the 35, 40 million you've already sold, you end up with 90 million total copies sold instead of 69 for the Mario Kart franchise. And then you redouble dip on that and get an additional 30 plus million on the next system. What sounds better to you? Just coast out for 24 million in sales, or release one that's going to double those sales and then also double dip with it on the next system? I think Nintendo is learning something with Mario Kart 8. If they were to release, I don't know if they're going to. I'm not saying they're going to. I'm saying sales-wise, it actually makes more sense. Because they're going to sell even more than they sell of Mario Kart 8 moving forward. Yes, they've already sold 35 million. But what's going to sell? What would sell more from now to the end of Switch's life? Mario Kart 9 or Mario Kart 8 Deluxe? Which one would sell more copies? Theoretically, which one would sell more copies? Mario Kart 9. Duh. So that's the reason. Why settle for some money when you can make all the money? You can argue, well, they can just not do it in coast. I get that. And Mario Kart 9 can be a launch game. I'm not saying it's coming. You can also launch the next system with Mario Kart 9. Speaking of launching something,
Chad Pickett, thank you for the $4.99.
says, do you think we'll see the Triforce in Breath of the Wild 2? It's a good question. I feel like they're going to, but I don't know. Like, the Triforce didn't really play, it played a role, but it didn't really play a role, right? It was like, it did, but it didn't. It did, but it didn't. So I'm just going to go with no. Which, in doing that, Taker, you bastard. Can you just type out your message in the chat? By the way, Taker, I'm not actually mad at you that you used our direct donation link. I appreciate it. I see that you wrote like a really long message, which is why I assumed you used the donation thing, because in the donation link, you can write longer messages. I can't read your message from here. It is on a screen and it's too small for me to read it. And I don't want to have to get up. So, Taker, thank you for the $2 tip But can you type it out in the chat so I can read it off? Let me. I feel like I'm holding this thing like it's a baby. Gotta be nice and gentle with it. Nice and gentle with the rum chata. Nice and gentle. By the way, this one's for the $5 thing we got. Every $5 is a rum chata. My precious. I like rum chata. Rum chata's pretty good. Cheers. But Taker, I will read it out the moment you type it out in chat. So while I wait for Taker to type out or copy paste or type it out or whatever he's got to do here. Thank you for the $2, Taker, by the way. I'll do the shot for it right now. I just don't remember or know what you said. Don't remember. I just don't know what you said. What I get canceled for? I have no idea. I don't want to risk it. I have E3 coming up. I really don't want to risk any copyright strikes. Can you imagine a pretty new F-Zero game would be? It's sad. Yeah. Yeah, I know. A new F-Zero game would be nice. But MVT, think about it like this. Of course, it's going to cost more to make Mario Kart 9. But did you consider my scenario? They double dip in sales. They end up selling 80 plus million copies of Mario Kart 9 collectively. I'm sorry, is that not enough money made? Do they need 100 million? How much money do you need to make? Because here's what's going to happen. They can coast for another 20 million in sales, right, for Mario Kart 8 Deluxe. And then release Mario Kart 9 on the next platform. Do you really think Mario Kart 9 on the next platform is guaranteed to sell 50 million? Here, consider this. Consider this. Do we know that Nintendo's next generation platform is even going to be successful? We don't. So how do we know if they wait to release Mario Kart 9 until the next gen system that it's going to sell well at all? How do we know it won't be the next Wii U? How do we know that it's not even, maybe it doesn't even sell 10 million copies? I'm just throwing out there that, yes, obviously they could just coast. But why? Is the potential of selling 80 million copies of a game not enticing enough? Is that not enough profit for you? Not enough profit for Nintendo? Wouldn't that additional sales be more profitable than just not making Mario Kart 9 at all? Now, again, I don't know if they're making Mario Kart 9. I know there's like some talks and some rumors about it. I don't actually know. I'm just saying that they could. And it can make sense. It is justifiable. That's all I'm really trying to put out there. It's justifiable to make Mario Kart 9. Right now. What was your original... Okay, Taker610, thank you so much. For the $2, and he said, what was your original launch date prediction when you saw Breath of the Wild 2 trailer, and how long do you think Switch Pro lasts before all new next-gen hardware? All right, so when I saw the trailer in 2019, obviously I knew it wasn't coming in 2019. I thought it had a shot at 2020. The reason I thought it had a shot at 2020 was, hey, they're flipping assets, same engine, same visual presentation. Last time they did that, same engine with the same visual presentation was Majora's Mask. And they made that in 1 year. Heck, they're even reusing the same world. E.G. Anoma said that himself. So I hear all that and I go, they don't need 5 years to make this game. 2, maybe 3. They announced it in 2019. They've at least been working on it for 2 years. So I'm like, 2020. But we also had the pandemic. So it was one of those things where I didn't know if it was going to come in 2020, but I'm like, I mean, why can't it? It should be easier to make than Breath of the Wild. It shouldn't take as long to make as Breath of the Wild did. And yet here we are, and we're approaching very close to the same time it took to make the original Breath of the Wild. So what do I know? And then you said, how long do I think the Switch Pro lasts before an all-new? 3 years. Switch Pro, I predict, comes out this holiday. And by 2024, we have a new system. Either launching holiday 2023 or holiday 2024. But it's just a prediction. I don't actually know. I think Nintendo the Direct in June 17th, since they always do it on the last day. What? Daniel. Do you know when E3 is? Daniel? So E3 is June 12th, 13th, 14th, and 15th. It's not June 17th, so they can't be going on June 17th. Okay, so let's start there. Can't be going then. When you talk about tournaments, those are public tournaments. They're not doing public tournaments this year. So we can scratch worrying about that. There will be a Pokemon event probably, but there's not going to be public tournaments before E3. 2, when you talk about them going on the last day, you're talking about the last day of the presentations. Nintendo actually goes on the first day of E3. Didn't know if you know this. E3 itself, before this year, is just an expo. It's a thing you go to in person. The press conferences that surround E3 aren't ran by the ESA. So when Nintendo does a thing, when Microsoft, so when they all do their things, the ESA has nothing to do with those at all. E3 itself was just an expo, a 3-day expo. And Nintendo's press conference always happened on day 1 of the expo. They would kick off the doors opening to E3. Literally, Nintendo's event would end and the doors to enter E3 would open. You would walk into E3 right into the Nintendo's booth right as Nintendo finishes their presentation. So they actually always kicked off E3. Now you might think, okay, they're going to go June 15th. And they might. They might go June 15th. But I doubt it. I doubt Nintendo's going to wait until at the very last thing that ever happened and then do theirs. They might. They could. But I doubt it. I'm betting they go in the first 2 days over the weekend. I'm betting they're in the first 2 days. Could be wrong, but it's a different year. Nintendo always went last because they wanted to be the company to kick off E3. They wanted to kick off the expo. There's nothing to kick off this year except just the stream itself. So maybe Nintendo goes first, but I have a feeling that Microsoft is kind of like, yeah, I want to go first. And Nintendo's going to be like, all right, go. Thank you for subscribing, MDoug5. Again, gut feeling, none of us know. We just need it announced. We need the E3 schedule announced. Majora's Mask should have never happened. The game is a minor miracle that will never happen again. Why? All that happened was the two people behind Majora's Mask. I forget. It was Adriano and this other. I can't remember who the other guy is. I can't believe I'm drawing a blank on his name. He's a major guy in the Zelda. Anyways, these came to Miyamoto and asked permission to make this game, and he said, "You got 1 year." And then they did it. You can argue it's a minor miracle they pulled it off in a year. But I mean, what do you mean that'll never happen again? The only thing that'll never happen again is Miyamoto is not going to come in and be like, you only have a year to do something. That's the only thing that's not going to happen again. So I don't know what we're talking about. What are we saying will never happen again? Asset flips will never happen again? They're doing it in Breath of the Wild too. What are we talking about here? Like, what are we really talking about here? What about Majora's Mask isn't going to happen again? I'm confused. Thanks for subscribing, Nintendo Next Door. Wait a second. Are you next door? What? What? No 1 year of dev time. I mean, they have games that are made in 1 year. Just usually not Zelda, unless it's like a port or like an HD. Like Twilight Princess HD didn't take more than a year. But again, that was a HD of a game. Maybe. Okay, Luigi. Maybe they're assuming it won't be as good as Majora's Mask is. You can't believe they built it that fast. Happens. Why wouldn't Nintendo use the same young Link and adult Link from the Super Smash Bros. Ultimate for Ocarina of Time HD remake and use the same engine? Same from Majora's Mask HD. So you're claiming, let me understand this straight, Jesus Calderon, that Nintendo should use the models for adult and young Link from Ocarina of Time in Smash Bros. As a basis to make Ocarina of Time and Majora's Mask HD, with the justification that they could use the Super Smash Bros. Engine to make the games, an engine built for a fighting game, not built for a 3D action adventure game. I gotta tell you right now, that doesn't sound like a good idea. That engine has nothing to do with the kind of game Zelda is. Those are just character models. That's, you know how many character models they'd have to make? They would be rebuilding it like Final Fantasy VII style if they tried to do that. And welcome, Mr. Master Mike, to the members of the board. You are the latest member of the board of directors of Nintendo Prime. Thank you so much for becoming a champion. We are now 2 out of 5 members for the night. 3 more members, and we do a live giveaway right now. 3 members away. Thank you so much for joining. As our board of directors continues to grow every single stream. I think we've had at least one join every stream for like the last 2 weeks. Thank you so much. I appreciate the support. And it gets us one step closer to our goal. I figure, if we hit 5 members every live stream, we don't, but if we did, right, that's 25 new members a week. Well, no, 20 new members because we don't have a member goal on the podcast day. But so 20 new members a week, right? That's cool. Let's get up to 100. Let's get up to 200, 300, 400. Let's get up to 1,000 members. Won't that be sweet? Then I could probably do YouTube full time without having to worry about ad revenue. Also, if you talked about the virtual console, I did earlier, yes. Nate just said that it's been a rumor since October, and it might not happen because of the data of the sales pitch of the Wii and Wii U game. Okay, are you talking about Nate the Hate said that, I'm assuming? Because I know I didn't say that, because my name's also Nate, if you didn't know. You talking about Nate Drake? Nate the Hate? Did he say that on like the Spawncast or something? I'm assuming, or did he say it in his podcast? Who knows? It doesn't sound like if Nate the Hate said that, it doesn't sound like he actually knows. He's just saying it might not happen, and he's just speculating.
Thank you, Taker610, for the $2.
Awesome, man. And he says,
Nintendo made Majora's Mask and Wind Waker in 4 years.
You want to know what's even crazier? In 5 years, they debuted a trailer for Twilight Princess. So they did Majora's Mask in a year, and then 2 years later, or 3 years later, they had Wind Waker come out, and then a year after that, they were ready to show off Twilight Princess. Who says Nintendo can't turn around Zelda games fast? Huh? Who says? Who says? Thank you so much for the $2, though. Master Mike says this is entertaining. I try to be. I try to bring the hype. I try to bring the excitement to everything I do, from videos to live streams. Cheers. Yeah. You're having a party next door? It happens. Don't worry about it. I like neighbors that party. I'd probably come on over. Be like, hey, man, look, I'm down to my last beer. I've got some other booze, though. Like, here, man, I'll give you... Can I give you like a little apple pucker for a beer? Come on, man. I just want a beer, too. You know you can do it. Nah, I got beer. I'm good. What's up, Edward Norton? How's it going, man? I'd be incredibly interested in seeing how those developments run. Yeah, who the hell knows? I don't know how they pulled that off. That was crazy. Do you have a punch effect? Not right now. I do, but it's not set up on the board. But I do have one. Ray is here, stopping by to say hi. Hanging out with some friends right now.
Oh, Ray's friends. Do you realize how awesome Ray is? They have become a member of my board of directors. And without Ray, I might be lost forever. But because they stopped by, despite having friends there, Ray, I'm on my knees. Please say hi to them for me. Oh, Ray, you're divine.
Oh, wait, I'm done. See, this is what I'm talking about. I'm a spur of the moment, spontaneous, come up with things on the fly. And that's why I really need to nail all my video recordings the first time. Because if I have to redo it, it's probably not as good. I hope that sounded good. I have no idea what that even sounded like, to be honest. Literally have no idea. Like, people always think, Nate, you're like this because you're drunk. No, I'm not. This is what I'm like on a daily basis. My kids don't always get it because I got to be like a responsible dad and protect them. But, you know, when they get this version of me, when they're being good and behaving and, you know, ready to accept the fun dad, they love it. Even when, like, you know, I've been disciplining them and doing whatever, like, 5 minutes later, I'm like, so is your dad a fun dad? And they're like, oh, yeah, you're a fun dad. I'm not surprised. I just grounded you and you think I'm a fun dad? All right. Must be doing something right.
Taker 610. He just won't let the party end with the $2.
Giannis and Aaron Rodgers are coming on E3 stream?
No. Giannis has got some playoffs going on. Rodgers don't even know if he's coming back to Wisconsin at this point. So let's just be real. Neither of them are coming here. They got bigger fish to fry. Wouldn't it be cool if, like, I could get Aaron Rodgers on and he'd break whether he's coming back to Green Bay or not on my show? And then ESPN is like doing breaking news and they're just advertising my live stream. That'd be sick. Like, how the hell does some Nintendo channel have breaking news on Aaron Rodgers? How? Well, Aaron Rodgers was there. Apparently he's friends with Nintendo Prime. Who the hell knew? Who the hell knew? But no, seriously, Ray, thank you for stopping by. Do you reckon there's a chance of Super Mario Odyssey 2 this E3? No. I could be wrong, but I don't think so. What do you think Nintendo's next-gen system will be? No idea. I'm hoping it's just a Switch 2. That's what I'm hoping. Who knows? It was pretty fire. Hopefully that song was fire. I have no idea. I literally have no idea what it sounds like at all. Sometimes I'll go back and, like, try to listen to parts of the stream, but I honestly have no idea what it sounds like. So much is happening for me this next month. Graduating high school, E3 hype, a bunch of grad celebrations with friends and family, college orientation. So glad I found this community when I did. Yeah, man, you're about to enter a big transitional part of your life. It's always good to have some people to chit chat with and entertain yourself during what's probably going to be some tough times too. I know I went through tough times at that age. So, Tragan Games, Master Mike. What is happening? Who is Tragan Games? Hold on. Why is there like this? What are you doing here? LMA. Who is Tragan Games? Should I know this person? I have no idea. There's their YouTube channel. They got 41 subscribers. They got 8 videos. You know, the last video was a month ago. 20 views. Probably pretty fire. 80% like to dislike ratio. Minecraft 2. No idea what that's about. Got some PS4 stuff going on in it with a quick mouse over. Sounds like Tregan Games is a
pretty big deal.
Let's see here. Evan Bradham had to go. When you end the stream, can you or somebody here give a timestamp in the comments about what topic you did? Thank you. I know I won't be timestamping it. I ain't got time for that. Breaking news. Nintendo Prime is on the news for being epic. Oh, they know each other in real life. They know each other in real life. That's what's up. I'm Mike's editor and his homie. Yeah.
Oh, we're stepping outside, 2 small fries, heading on down the street. We're holding hands and mixing a beat because we're friends for life, it's a treat.
Let's see here. What if the Donkey Kong game is Odyssey 2? It won't be. Hello, happy I could catch your stream. Fun Dad is the best dad. I try. I mean, here's the thing. Fun Dad can be bad dad too, because Fun Dad can create bad habits. But I am like the rule maker and disciplinary person in the house. So I always find it weird when my kids think I'm the fun dad, when like I'm always the one telling them what not to do. I'm the one always telling them like they're grounded. I'm the one taking things away. But I'm also the one that does fun things. It's like you got to find that balance as a parent. You can't just be just a fun dad. You got to be a dad first. Actual dad. Raise your kids. That's the number one important thing. Then bring the fun. Thank you for subscribing, Tregan Games. Welcome. What new enemies? What new enemies do you think will come to Breath of the Wild 2? I'm hoping for things like Redeads and Iron Knuckles and maybe even Dead Hand, says just one boy. Maybe even Dead Hand. Dude, they bring back Dead Hand, and we gotta drop the nukes. Get out of here. Get out of here, Redeads. Be slapping them around. Don't stare at me. Don't jump on my back and hump. We don't need any of that. Zelda is not a PG-13 video game. Except unless you're Twilight Princess. Should have been, dude. Ocarina of Time should have been PG-13. AKA rated T for teens. Should have been. Dude, those Redeads hump the hell out of you. How they got away with that? Dude, there's some dark stuff. Bottom of the well. I'm sorry. That is not PG. That is not an E for everyone experience in Ocarina of Time back then, man. They should have rated that a T for teen game. Thank you for subscribing, ZK4 Dice. I appreciate it. Do you think we will see Splatoon 3 at E3? In some form or another. Yes. Yes. Who's messaging me on Twitter right now? Johnny Luram. Says, hey there, big fan. I've been watching a bunch of your live streams. I don't know if I should read this as a DM. Lately, and I'm loving your take on all your Nintendo interests, like Zelda. My two best friends and I also do a much, much less popular weekly podcast, and I am the Nintendo informed host of us three. If you have any time after E3, because I know how busy you must be for a while, we would love to have you on our show and interview you. Here's an episode from our channel if you're interested. Take care. Hey, you know what, Mr. Johnny Luram? I am always interested in being interviewed and guesting on shows, so just let me know when you would like me to come on, and if I have the time, I will be there for you. Oh, stop. I didn't have autotune on. I was about to do the Friends thing.
I'll be there for you.
No, I can't do the Friends thing. I'm like, nope, don't do the Friends song. See, I found a way. I found a way to do copyrighted music. I just have to auto-tune it. What am I drinking tonight, says Natsu. Natsu wants the lineup because someone went shopping today. All right, so the lineup today, we have our typical beer, Miller Lite, right? For our $1 shots. Our $5 shots tonight, rum chata. Got a nice 1.75 of rum chata. That's for $5. For $10, which, did we just get another super chat? Was that a donation? Super chat? What happened? Goal! I'm sorry, I can't believe I just did that. Thank you so much, Ray Woods, for the $20. So, speaking of the lineup, put my shirt back on here. Just my outside shirt. I wasn't going to obviously take out my t-shirt. By the way, if you like this t-shirt, here's a nice plug for a recent sponsor of the channel, Into the AM. This is a very, very soft, does not shrink, nice fitting t-shirt from Into the AM. If you go to intotheam.com/Nintendo Prime 10, you can get 10% off of your order of Into the AM merchandise. I'm telling you, Into the AM stuff is actually legit. I love it. Literally, I wasn't going to talk about them today. I just wear this stuff like every day now. I love it. So getting to the lineup, because we have a $20 shot coming. Biggest shot of the night. Let's go through the lineup. So let's see what Ray Woods just paid for me to take a shot of today. So as I said, beer, $1 shot. Rum chata, $5 shot. Apple pucker, sour apple. We got a bunch of those little ones. Those are $10 shots. $15 shots are UV cherries. All right. If you can't tell, it's going up by alcohol percentage. All right. $20 shots, Jaeger. That's right. He paid for a shot of Jaeger. Cool, 35% alcohol. Next up from that is my heavily fermented Cannon Blast for $25. And after that, it's down here. It's dangerous. The $100 shot has returned. We have a massive bottle of what I just call tequila, because that's what this stuff does to me. It puts me under the table. There was one live stream that I had three $100 donations in a row, and I attempted to complete 3 shots of this in a row. Well, it was an entertaining stream. We'll leave it at that. All right. Although I think my streams are even better today. So let's get that Yag in there. Thank you so much for the 20 spot. I really do appreciate it. You're awesome and all of that jazz. Check my phone quick. Make sure I'm not missing any messages from the old lady. Because she is hanging out with a friend right now. That's another reason why I got the stream, because she's going to hang out with a friend. All right. Cheers to scroll back up here. Mr. Ray Woods. Oh! Woo! That one will put hair on your chest. Jaeger will always put a little hair on the chest, I swear. All right. So yeah, what I'm drinking tonight is whatever people pay for out of that lineup of stuff. All right. iSonic says, I have confusion. I played a 3DS version of Ocarina of Time. I, however, never played Majora's Mask 3D. As Reggie said, what's wrong with you? Play it. Go buy a copy. Play it. Don't make me send you my copy. I still have a copy of it. You need rum chata mixed with Fireball. Oh, what is that called? There's a name for that shot. Rum chata and Fireball. It's is that Tootsie Pop? Is that what it is? Is rum chata and Fireball a Tootsie Pop? I can't remember. I don't really like whiskey that much, but I can drink whiskey like crazy. It's just I don't like the taste of it. Rum chata and or is it rum chata and Jaeger? Maybe rum chata and Jaeger's a Tootsie Pop. Maybe we'll have to try a Tootsie Pop tonight. I'm gonna have to look that up. Hold on. Tootsie Roll. There's different ones. There's the Tootsie Roll shot. That's no, that's Kahlua. Yeah, that's Kahlua. No. No, the Tootsie Pop. Tootsie Pop shot right here. I have the vodka. Oh no. That's not it either. Gosh. I'm gonna have to text my bar owner friend. Because I know I know it's rum chata and something else, and it tastes so good. Sniff. It's a bit stinky in here. What year do you think the Wii U and 3DS eShop will close? I don't want to talk about that. I don't even want to predict it. Never. It'll never close. Do you expect the next mainline Pokemon games to come 2022, 2023? Legends Arceus sort of messed up the schedule. I think Legends Arceus is potentially the next mainline Pokemon game. In fact, I think there's a chance that Pokemon Legends Arceus becomes the future of Pokemon if it blows up. Their hope is that Pokemon Legends Arceus blows up in the same way that Breath of the Wild did. AKA for Pokemon, it becomes a 40 million seller and becomes the future of Pokemon. I guarantee you that's what they want to happen. So right now, that's the next mainline game, in my opinion. The streams are so fun. Literally feels like we're all hanging out in the room with you talking Nintendo. That's the idea. Anyways. I like the Into the AM shirt, but I also really like your overshirt. Okay, so this overshirt, not a sponsor, is from The Buckle. It's an expensive shirt. There's a reason why I don't like partner up with companies like The Buckle. Crazy expensive. Okay. This is like an $80 shirt. And you might be like, how the hell did you... I got out of TJ Maxx. I didn't pay $80. But if you want to look this good and you know, you can get different kinds of shirts, different overshirts, but I really like these ones. But the undershirts matter a lot to me. Also, the white version of the Into the AM shirt too. Really nice. They have really, their printed shirts are the bomb. I was gonna wear a printed shirt tonight, but I wore one for the last live stream. So I figured, you know what, we'll go with my normal look here. And then maybe tomorrow on one of my videos, I'll probably do another Into the AM little ad spot. I'm not gonna make it 3.5 minutes. It's only gonna be 30 seconds. But I'm gonna do another Into the AM ad spot on a video this upcoming week. And I'll probably wear the Tree of Life shirt. Thanks for subscribing, Mocha77 Super. Nick Forrest says, are you not working about you being YouTube banned for not being family oriented? I think it's stupid though. Let the man drink. Let the man frink. You mean drink? Oh, you mean am I worried about being banned by YouTube because I drink? You can drink on streams on YouTube. You don't get banned for that. Here's the funny thing about YouTube, right? So when you go to upload a video, okay? There's all these stages you have to go through. At least you have to go through with me when you put ads on videos, right? Because I make money off ads on my videos. So there's all these stages you have to go through, including an approval stage to make sure you don't have any copyrighted content. But like you're going through the stages, and as you're sifting through them, you get to the point where you need to submit a rating for your video. And what it asks you when you're submitting the rating is, one, is this for adults only? No. Drinking is in children's movies as well. It's referenced in freaking Zelda games. No. But here's the thing. When you go to my videos, it'll say things like, hey, is this video intended to be watched by kids? Which to me is this video family friendly? Because let's think about it. If your video is meant to have children watch it, doesn't it have to be family friendly by nature? So then if you select the option and say, absolutely, children can watch my video, right? You select that option. You can't run ads on your video. So this is the conundrum YouTube has. They want you to be family friendly, but they also don't want you to make videos that children should be watching. So they don't really want you to be family friendly. It's a catch-22 that YouTube's in right now. If you admit that children watch your videos, can't have ads. So if you admit you're family friendly, you can't have ads. So you have to lie to YouTube that you're not family friendly, but then you still have to be family friendly. Because if you're not family friendly enough, they won't run ads on your. You see what? It's such a. It's a conundrum. I'll say this. I don't consider myself a family friendly YouTube channel. I'm a gamer friendly YouTube channel. And that's what we're always going to be. We are a gamer friendly YouTube channel. Gamers come in all shapes, sizes, age groups, from wide ranges of backgrounds. We are a gamer friendly YouTube channel. So sure, I drink on live streams. Sure, every now and then a swear word comes out. Sure, certain innuendos come up once in a while. Sure, we have fun. And yeah, I make videos where every now and then I go on a little tangent where I'm a little upset and I, say naughty words. End of the day, YouTube will let me know if they don't like it. So far, so good. YouTube has not slapped me down yet. When they come at me, all right, maybe we got to adjust a little bit. Maybe we got to pivot. But until that day comes, let's enjoy the ride. Because we are on this train together, and it's a train going nowhere. I hope it's going somewhere, but I don't control if it is. Cinnamon Toast Crunch. That's what it is. Rum Chowder Fire. Okay. I knew Rum Chowder Fireball was something. Yeah, Cinnamon Toast Crunch was it. None of us can look as good as you in an $80 shirt. Some of you might look better than me. Thank you for subscribing, William Bennett Jr. I think I already said that already. I would like to play Majora's Mask 3D, but I don't have a working 3DS. Okay. I understand that. Christian Bishop is here saying, how are you doing? I'm doing good. Doing better than I was before I started streaming, that's for sure. Worried? Maybe I'm drunk. I have not drank for years. All the typos. Are you drinking right now, Nick Forrest? Be careful. Take care of yourself. Be safe. Grab a water. Drink your water. Water is the key. Water is the key to losing weight. Water is the key to not getting hungover. Water is the key to not drinking too much. Water, water, water. Telling you, dilute everything. Water is nature's nectar. All right. As I'm drinking filtered water that nature didn't filter for me. Let's see here. Donkey Kong actually gonna be a 3D game, and Nintendo spread fake 2D rumors. Oh, I have no idea. Jello Cowboy, no idea. Hey, I'm new here. Can you please recap the Ocarina of Time and Majora's Mask rumors? Thanks, and Shreyas0324. The long and the short of it is, Game Over Jesse, a fellow YouTuber, a fellow content creator, a friend of mine, has come out and said he has sources at Nintendo. And he's got no reason to lie. I know him personally. He has sources at Nintendo. I have never seen these sources. I have never talked to these sources that are claiming Ocarina of Time and Majora's Mask HD exist. So take that for what you will. I personally, despite the fact that I know him, am skeptical. But he has been trying desperately to get me to believe him. Not because he needs my validation. He's a bigger YouTuber than me. He gets more views than me. He makes more money than I do. He's at almost 100,000 subscribers. He's a bigger deal. Game Over Jesse's a big deal. Let's be real. He's a big deal. He doesn't need my approval of anything, but he wants me to believe with him. So, take it for what you will. He thinks Grezzo is making it. I don't know. We'll see what happens. Drink Everclear. Not only have I had Everclear, I've had 2 full glasses of Everclear in one night. Don't do that, by the way. That is not an advertisement to do that. That is extremely dangerous and can kill you. Even a shot of Everclear can kill you. Do not do the dumb stuff that I did. I regretted when I had that Everclear. So, don't be dumb. As I always say, drink responsibly. I have learned a lot over my years of what that means for me. Paul Gale! Yeah!
Gotta be vibing.
Trying to fake DJ it. What's up, Paul Gale? How's it going, man? Thanks for checking out my Mario Mosaic and E3 vid. No, thank you. It was a nice walk down memory lane. Because I haven't been to those E3s, but I've been covering and watching them for years. And it was really cool seeing some stuff. Man, you got to meet some cool people, man. You really did get to meet some cool people. So cheers. This one's for you. Thanks. E4, the sequel to E3. I've been kind of joking around that my event is E4. So it's E3. We have all of E3 happening. Welcome, Ray Woods, to becoming a member of the board. You have now joined the board of directors at Nintendo Prime. Welcome, welcome, welcome. You are the latest member of the champion tier. I really appreciate it. And Ray Woods wants me to drop some bars. And this stuff, by the way, I do all this stuff off the top of my head. Every now and then, I'll have like some stuff written down. I have nothing written down right now. So everything I've done tonight has been off the top of my head. We're at 200 plus likes on the stream, by the way. I just realized, holy crap, can we get to 300? Can we do it? Can we pull it off? And we're at 3 out of 5 members tonight. 2 members away from, excuse me, that was inappropriate. I should have muted my mic. I apologize. I am 2 members away from doing a live giveaway. All right, Ray Woods wants me to drop some bars. All right. What kind of melody do you want, Ray Woods? What kind of melody do you want? Oh, no! Oh!
Ray Woods slaps me with the $5.
I don't have the hair for that. I'm like trying to flip hair that I don't have. Ray Woods, what kind of bars do you want me to drop? No, give me a not a song. Give me a type of song. You want a love song? I mean, I could serenade you, Ray Woods. If you would like me to serenade you, I can. Better out than in. Better out than in. That's what I always say. Oh, boy. Nintendo, Derek says, pretty hyped for E3 this year, especially after the Time Splitters announcement recently. Would love to see the announcement of an HD collection before they release a new Time Splitters in a few years. And I gotta say, if you want to hear some Time Splitters conversation, tune in to the podcast on this Wednesday. We will be talking about Time Splitters. And that news, our memories, and our hopes for the future of the franchise. So tune in. You're going to want to tune in. Cheers, Ray. Also, thank you for subscribing, Fossos TV. All right. Let me see if I can drop some bars for Ray here quick.
Do Ray Woods. Don't you know I'd take you out to dinner if I could. But unfortunately, I'm already spoken for. But you know what? Come here, I'll open my door. And when you walk in, I'll be standing for you. Imagine all the things we could do.
That's what you get, Ray Woods. That's all you got. Off the top of my head, off the fly. And seriously, you can use your imaginations on what that means. Let's see here. You got some nurses here watching? Oh my God. Hopefully they enjoy. Not as good. Not as good as, I'll admit, what I did for Ray earlier was pretty bomb. That was some pretty hot fire. That needs to be clipped. You know what's going to happen? As my channel grows and these little ditties come out, someone's going to end up making another YouTube channel where they just clip out all of Nintendo Prime's original hits. They're going to call it MP's original hit list. And they're just going to clip out every single time I've ever sang. Well, I'm glad the nurses that you're working with enjoyed it. I mean, I could have sang a song. You should have told me they were watching. I could have sang a song about nurses. That's funny. I mean, I know you told me, but I was already singing before I saw it. Drink Wisconsin Blee. Don't drink Wisconsin. Most people can't handle drinking Wisconsin Blee. Let's be honest. Pragmatism earlier said, I'm thinking AOC, DLC, Guardian of Remembrance refers to Harbinger Ganon through Calamity Ganon. Breath of the Wild's Calamity can be remembered. Possibly. That's a roughly 10-hour video. Well, it would just be clips. Like, each video would be like, 30 seconds or however long I sang for, So it'd just be a collection of different clips. It wouldn't have to be in one video. Not a nurse, but I work at a hospital. Nice. My fiance's not a nurse either, but she is a caretaker. She's an in-home caretaker of 4 people. Also, just curious, with all that drink to the side, what's your absolute favorite mixed drink? So you can call it. I mean, it's a mixed drink. It's called Black Candy. It's all booze. Okay. It's essentially seven different alcohols. So it's 7 shots mixed together. Triple sex, one of them. God, I can't remember. My friend made it up. And literally, you will be drunk by the end of drinking it, for starters. It tastes like sweet candy, and it's colored black. And he created the drink for people who don't like alcohol. It tastes like candy, but it's all booze. And it just messes you up. It's insane. Now, in terms of a regular drink that you can actually order at a bar, because you're not going to be able to order that, I am big into, I like to have, if they have it, like how you can get like margaritas and stuff like that. Not necessarily margarita. I like the, what do they call it? The shaved ice. The blended drinks. The blended drinks. That's what they're called. So anything that's like Malibu, cranberry, whatever, blended with some stuff, throw some mango flavoring in it or something. Like, all those kind of blended, kind of margarita blended drinks, but they're not margaritas because it's not, necessarily tequila. Yeah, I love those a lot. When I go to Kalahari Resorts, they have a few there I really like, but I forget what's in them. But, if you want to talk about, because you can't get those at most bars, right? You can't. Sometimes you can get margaritas, but you can't get the rest. So, like, my go-to back in the day, I used to do Captain Coke, right? That was my go-to. If I wasn't drinking Miller Lite, I was drinking Captain Coke. I didn't really like Captain Coke. Tequila Sunrise is pretty good. Sex on the Beach is really good. My fiance's favorite right now is, what are they called? Bloody Marys. That's her favorite right now. That's her drink of choice. Why don't you believe Ocarina of Time HD and Majora's Mask could be real? So Dennis ZZ, I'm not saying that Ocarina of Time and Majora's Mask HD aren't real. Okay? I'm not saying that they can't be real. Don't misunderstand me. I'm saying that I have extreme skepticism. Now, why do I have extreme skepticism? Because Jeff Grubb said we're getting Twilight Princess and Majora's Mask HD, right? We're getting those two things. And I'm trying to think of a way during the Zelda 35th anniversary that we can get Breath of the Wild 2, some sort of 99 style Zelda game, the Zelda mobile game that's been in development for years, Twilight Princess HD, Skyward Sword HD, the Wind Waker HD, and then somehow get Ocarina of Time and Majora's Mask HD in as well. I just don't see a path beyond, this is to be considered too, beyond a possible Zelda 3D All-Stars collection that includes all 4 games in one, that we could get them. Again, that is a possibility. I think it's an extremely unlikely possibility because it makes Skyward Sword HD look like the worst value in gaming. Some people already consider it the worst value in gaming. So, yeah. I just don't see a path to get all those games out before March 2022. I just don't see it. No, I could be wrong. I don't have any information. I'm just going to remain skeptical until it's announced. See, Twilight Princess HD and the Wind Waker HD is believable to me because they already exist. They're Wii U games and we get Wii U ports all the time. Skyward Sword HD is always already announced. Can they exist? Absolutely. I just personally am like, let's hit pause on that, right? Let's hit pause on that. That's just me, though. You're more than welcome to feel like he's correct. Nothing wrong with that. We are definitely not getting Breath of the Wild 2 this year, says Warp Chaos. That's your opinion. See you at E3. It's 5:25 a.m. in the UK, says Bimble Bamble. Getting ready for work. Nice. Was it Sunday over there? Sunday. What's up, Nick Forrest? You like Irish car bombs, and I squeezed oranges and put some Malibu in for my ex, and it tasted like a creamsicle. Yeah, that is a drink. A creamsicle drink is a drink. Yep. Irish car bombs. Sunday, 2:27 p.m. here, says Panda Production Studio. It is still Saturday where I am at 11:28 p.m. It is getting late. But you know what they say. All good things happen after midnight. Actually, what do they say? Nothing good happens after 2 a.m. Something like that. What's up, everyone? What did I miss? Bangarang Rufio is here. Rufio. Oh, what's up, man? There's been some sweet serenades tonight. We have a whole new alcohol lineup. So there's that. Every $5 is a different alcohol tier. So $1 is the beer. $5 is some apple pucker. We've done one of those tonight. $10 is we haven't had. Did we do a $10 one yet? Did I get? Wait, no. Sorry. Correction. Beer is the $1. Rum chata is the $5. Apple pucker is the $10. That's why we've done a $10. We haven't done a $15 yet. UV cherry's the $15. $20 is the Jaeger, which we've done one tonight. The Cannon Blast is still at $25 because we all know that's a dangerous one. One thing I didn't mention, by the way, I do have a $50 shot. If anyone's ever done these, you know why they're 50. We got some rumplements up in here. These are $50 shots. They're going to stay $50 shots. They don't kill me like tequila does, but they're a trip, that's for sure. And then in case people think that I, don't do my tequila, aka tequila, for a hundo. We got a whole brand new bottle sealed of tequila. If we get $100 super chat or we hit $100 in overall super chats. Right now we're at 65. So, yeah, we'll see what happens. We got about half hour left in the stream. We're cutting off at midnight, so. At least I think we're cutting off at midnight. Who knows? Maybe I stream even longer. We'll see how long I go for. I don't really have a limit on how long I can stream tonight. I doubt the DLC will hinder anything, and Skyward Sword HD will be a summer game. Breath of the Wild 2 would likely be a holiday. That's plenty of months in between. That's what Rita says. I'm going to be honest, Warp Chaos. I'm going to be honest. Skyward Sword HD comes out in summer. That has nothing to do with Breath of the Wild's ability to come out this holiday. I also have zero inclination that anything going on with Age of Calamity has anything to do with Breath of the Wild 2. So, like, the Breath of the Wild 2 DLC comes out in November, right? Right. They not the Breath of the Wild, sorry, the Age of Calamity DLC. The part 2 of that comes out. It sounds like the story for that's going to be about the bad guys from Age of Calamity. I literally think nothing happening in this DLC has anything to do with Breath of the Wild 2. And I don't understand how DLC for a game that only sold 4 million copies is going to be a delay deterrent for Breath of the Wild 2. I don't understand why they can't exist at the same time. Literally, there's no reason they can't exist at the same time. A game that sold like 4 million copies is not going to cause Breath of the Wild 2 to be pushed to next year. Oh no, some DLC that 1 million people are going to buy. We can't release Breath of the Wild 2 that's going to sell 15 million this holiday. Come on. I'm not saying that Breath of the Wild 2 can't, is going to for sure come this year. I'm just saying that Age of Calamity DLC timing, Nintendo ain't worried about that shit. They ain't worried about that shit. That DLC is going to barely make any money. They're not worried about that crap. You say you can't catch up because you mustered. Oh my God. Well, there you go. I said it. I would be willing to bet a large sum of money that Breath of the Wild 2 does not come this year. Ooh, we got it better. How large are we going? You want to drop 5K on that bet? You willing to go 5K? 5 G's? 100% before May 2022? Probably. The black candy sounds up your alley. Last night, big donations were coming in left and right. You were just as you were signing off. Yeah, I know, right? What do you think of Hyrule Castle going to the sky in Breath of the Wild 2? And the idea of loft wings in the game as well. I think there's a possibility we're going to end up in the sky. And maybe even flying. So I think it's possible. We talked about this on the podcast. Go back and listen to the latest episode of the Nintendo Prime podcast. Warp Chaos is going to continue his arguments here, which is totally fine. I like having debates. He says, if Breath of the Wild 2 is coming this year, it would have been announced already. We know next to nothing about it. Even the first Breath of the Wild was officially announced at E3 2016 and came out March 2017. First off, couple things, Warp Chaos. 2 things to talk about that. 1, Breath of the Wild was announced at E3 2014. First gameplay showed up at the Game Awards 2014. So, let's talk about that for a moment. That's technically when it was announced. They blew it out at E3 2016. Now, but it didn't come out till March. Yeah, because it was waiting for Switch. If Switch released in November of that year, Breath of the Wild was going to be there. Because what did Nintendo announce when Breath of the Wild was blown out at E3 2016? It's going to be a launch game for our next-gen system. They announced that at E3. They announced a simultaneous release on the next-gen system in Wii U. So it came out when the next-gen system came out. The system wasn't delayed for Breath of the Wild. Breath of the Wild was ready to go in 2016. So like, oh, they announced in 2016 and then released it in March of, okay, yeah, you're right. They blew it out at E3 2016 and then released it 9 months later. You're correct. But if the Switch was ready for November, they would have released it in November. Had nothing to do with that, with anything other than waiting for Switch to come out. That to me is a bad excuse. Nintendo has proven time and again they can announce a major game in summer and have it come out in, later in the year. Nintendo isn't doing these multiple year run-ups to games anymore. If you look at their pattern, they announce a game or they tease a game, and then when they blow out the game, it comes out within a few months. Like, they literally just keep doing that. If Breath of the Wild 2 is blown out at E3 this year, it's coming out this year. I'm just saying. Well, that's me. That's my take. It's fine that you disagree. It is entirely all right to have your own opinions on this. I'm not going to be able to change your mind, and that's okay. Maybe I can change your mind. Maybe you can change my mind, but so far your arguments don't make me change my mind. We don't even have a Breath of the Wild 2 title yet. Okay. As of E3 2016, we didn't have a title either, and then E3 2016 happened. Again, the argument about they blew it out at E3 2016 and then it released in March of 2017. Yeah, because it was coming. The Switch wasn't ready. The Switch wasn't ready. In fact, the Switch was already rushed to the market in March of 2017. It was missing features. The Nintendo Switch wasn't ready. They were waiting for the Switch to come out. Breath of the Wild was done. Breath of the Wild would have released in November of 2016 if the Switch was launching then. They were not going to launch it on Wii U and then re-release it on Switch. They wanted to launch it alongside Switch because of the Wii U failing. So it only released in March instead of November because it was waiting for the Switch to come out. And we didn't know the title of the game then until that E3. Just like now, look at the similarities. They announced Breath of the Wild as The Legend of Zelda Wii U back in 2014. 2 years later, they blow it out at E3 and they release it at the soonest possible time that made sense, which is at the launch of the Switch. Okay? Think about it now. 2 years ago, they announced A Legend of Zelda Breath of the Wild sequel is in the works. It's been 2 years, blow it out at E3, release it at the next logical big sales period. And since there's not necessarily a new system coming, although potentially Switch Pro, we'll see on that, the next logical sales period is then. The only reason I could see it being delayed is if they want to launch it alongside Switch Pro. And Switch Pro isn't ready for this holiday. Then I could see a quote-unquote delay. What we need to remember is, COVID or no COVID, this game's been in the works for like 4 years. It's reusing the same engine, reusing the same physics. It's reusing graphics. All the things that made Breath of the Wild take so long because they built it all from the ground up. Like half the development's already taken care of. There's no reason that this game can't come out this year. Other than Nintendo just doesn't want to release it this year because they have something else planned. What could throw a kink in that is say they have a Mario Kart 9 planned for this year. Right? Fine. Push Zelda to February. Or whatever. Here's the thing. I don't know that it's coming this year, but this is just my personal belief. We're getting Breath of the Wild this year. There isn't any actual information that it's coming this year or next year or even in 2 years. We don't have any real information. This is my gut feeling. If they're going to blow out Breath of the Wild at E3 this year, it's because it's their big holiday. Period. That's just my gut feeling, though. Again, I say, you want to throw down some serious coin. 5 G's, baby. 5 G's. Question on this then as well. Do you think Breath of the Wild 2 will be tied to the Switch Pro? Or do you think come out holiday regardless of the Pro? So I'm a bit torn on this. I believe that Nintendo has a plan where they intend to release Switch Pro this holiday. They intend to announce it in September, release it by October or November. I think that's the intent. And I think because of that intent, they plan to use Breath of the Wild as a pseudo launch game for it. Breath of the Wild 2. The thing is, I've been covering the Switch Pro rumors for so long that at this point, short of giving me some exact specs, I just want to see the system announced. And I know it's not going to be announced at E3. Okay. I just know it's not going to be announced at E3 because it doesn't make sense. I don't need an insider to tell me you're not going to hear about Switch Pro at E3. It doesn't make sense. You're not going to kill current selling out hardware sales by telling people there's a bigger, better system coming, but it's not coming for 5 months. And I don't think Nintendo's releasing a Switch Pro 2 months from now, in July and in August. I don't think they're doing that. So unless you think Switch Pro is launching this summer, it doesn't make sense to announce it at E3. It makes sense to do exactly what they did with the Switch Lite. Announce in September, release in December, or release in October or November. That's what makes sense. It doesn't make sense to announce it now. So it's one of those situations where if you think Switch Pro is coming this year, I don't know how Breath of the Wild 2 doesn't come with it. It'd be an excellent game to push sales. It'd be a lot bigger deal than Pokemon Brilliant Diamond and Shining Pearl, right? It'd be a much bigger showcase for the system. But there's a lot of moving parts here. Obviously, we know COVID affected things in some way. We just don't know what way, right? So, especially with game development. We know, obviously, okay, Nintendo can't get all the hardware they want to get, nor can any other company. So does that mean they're delaying, Switch Pro because they don't have enough of them? I don't know. Nobody really knows, except Nintendo, what's going on. All right. I don't think Nintendo cares about 5 years. When you say, oh, March 2022 is 5 years, Nintendo doesn't care about that. You know what's also March 2022? It's a month after the 36th anniversary of Zelda. Does the 36th anniversary sound better than the 35th anniversary? And I don't know. When did Skyward Sword come out? On the 25th anniversary? Cool. I don't think Nintendo cares. They release the games when they make sense. If you look at Nintendo and how they've released games on Switch, they're all timed for specific spots for specific reasons to maximize sales of Switch. And consider this. This is the big wrench in your whole Breath of the Wild 2 is coming in March of 2022. The big wrench. What game is currently slated for early 2022? The only game we know right now announced for early 2022. Do you know what game is announced? Here's the big counter to, oh my gosh, Breath of the Wild 2 is going to come out March 2022. The big counter. Pokemon Legends Arceus is currently slated for early 2022. That means the first quarter of 2022. You think the Pokemon Company wants any of that smoke from Breath of the Wild 2 comparisons? Do you think Pokemon Legends Arceus wants to come out any time around Breath of the Wild 2? Do you honestly think Pokemon wants that smoke? That Game Freak wants those direct comparisons within months of each other? Do you really think Pokemon wants that? That they're going to be cool releasing the most ambitious game they've ever made in the history of the company that is directly inspired by Breath of the Wild around the same time as Breath of the Wild 2? That just seems like a horrendous idea. And I'm mentioning this, Warp Chaos. I'm mentioning this because Pokemon Legends Arceus is, confirmed. Obviously, you mentioned delayed. Could be delayed. But here's what we know. Breath of the Wild 2 doesn't have a release date as of today. Even a release window. Nothing announced. Pokemon Legends Arceus is announced for early 2022. So as of today, the plan, because you're talking about, oh, it might be delayed. That's fine. It might be delayed. They just announced it, and they just announced it's early 2022. So if that new Pokemon thing comes out before E3, the Pokemon Presents that we all expect to happen, that comes out, and they're still listing early 2022 as the release date for Pokemon Legends Arceus, do you honestly think a week before E3, when they reconfirm that it's coming out then, even if you think it's going to end up getting delayed, they clearly aren't planning on it getting delayed at this point. It might get delayed. But do you think the release date of Breath of the Wild 2 is going to move based on the possibility of a game delay? Or do you think Nintendo isn't stupid, realizes the Pokemon Company is targeting early 2022 next year, and realize we can't also target early 2022 for Breath of the Wild 2, because what happens if it's not delayed? This is what we have to realize. The only game we know confirmed for early 2022 is Pokemon Legends Arceus, and that just recently got confirmed. Okay? Not that long ago. We're not going to get a delay announcement right now. Now, the delay announcement could come later this year. Could be by end of summer. But you can't just sit there on Breath of the Wild 2, show it at E3, not give us a release date, and wait to see what happens with Pokemon. And be like, oh, they are going to make the release date? Well, guess what? It's now September. It's now October. We're releasing this game in a month. Like, they can't. That's not how it works when you're creating game release schedules. Pokemon Company targets these 3 months. Breath of the Wild 2 cannot release within those 3 months. They can't be within the target range. Breath of the Wild would need to target a different period. What's a different period? Holiday 2021. Or you could argue, if you want to argue, it could fall outside of this fiscal year and be a big game that comes out holiday 2022. I could buy that argument if you want. I cannot buy any argument that Nintendo is targeting the same release period as Pokemon Legends Arceus. I cannot even fathom that the Pokemon Company would even be cool with Nintendo trying to target that release period at all. That's my big wrench in why it can't be 2022, at least not in the given period you're saying. Because you're basing it on, oh, it might get delayed. It's going to get delayed. But right now, it's the only thing with a date, like a period of time. So Nintendo can't plan things around, oh, they might delay it. Because they might not. And also, the Pokemon Company is very strict about their dates and their schedules. When's the last time a Pokemon game was delayed? Can you tell me when the last time a Pokemon game was delayed? The Pokemon Company's too strict because they have all this crap lining up with the anime.
Getting into some sillier times. We got Mike Dolding up here with a $5. Yeah.
Thank you so much, Mike Doling. And he says,
Chance they will show Breath of the Wild 2 at E3 running on Switch Pro, but not actually on Switch Pro. It's common for Zelda games to release with new hardware.
No. It's common for them to release with new hardware. Yes. Twilight Princess, GameCube, Twilight Princess on Wii, Breath of the Wild on Switch. But the games aren't shown off on those platforms. Okay. So, no. They will show off Breath of the Wild 2 on a Switch. Now, when they announce Switch Pro, they will re-show the game with the increased FPS and whatever else, whatever other bells and whistles the system has, right? So, no. There's no way that they show it on Switch Pro but don't tell us it's Switch Pro. No. Just like they could have showed it on Switch at E3 2016, but they showed it on Wii U. Just no. That's not what they're going to do. They need to reassure current Switch owners and then Switch Pro owners that the game's going to be there. So if you can get people super hyped on it for the normal Switch, cool. They're just going to do that. Nintendo's very smart with their marketing. Do you think we get Nintendo Treehouse gameplay of Breath of the Wild 2? I think we get a gameplay, yeah. Some sort of demo they'll play on Treehouse. If there is Treehouse. I mean, I don't know if there is, but if there is. Diamond and Pearl, there we go. Thank you. Hey, LP, I greatly appreciate it. I asked, when was the last time they delayed a Pokemon game? I mean, that's a long time ago. I mean, that's a long... I mean, God, what... 2005... I mean, God, that's 16 years? 15 years? Birdman brings up another example. It says one Pokemon game that was being made was canceled for 2015. X2 and Y2, and that's why there wasn't a Pokemon game for 2015. But see, that's canceled, not delayed. Do we think Arceus is going to be canceled? It's what they've been working on since Sword and Shield. I don't think they're going to cancel the game. Now, again, I'm not saying it can't get delayed. Okay. But I mean, look at how rare that is for the Pokemon Company to delay things. Now, Zelda gets delayed all the time. To me, it's far more likely if Zelda doesn't come this holiday that Zelda is coming holiday 2022. And you want to know why I can say that? Zelda is always delayed. Always. Breath of the Wild was supposed to come out in 2015. Do you guys remember that? It was supposed to come out in 2015. Zelda is always delayed. Always. Twilight Princess will come out in 2005. It's always delayed. So if you want to tell me that, Breath of the Wild 2 is not coming to holiday 2022, I mean, sure, absolutely. Zelda's, it's common. Pokemon's not commonly delayed. What happened once, and then another time they canceled the game. So 2 times in 20 plus years. Okay, well, that's nice. What about Zelda? Well, it happens like every time. Every single time they announce a game is delayed. Like if they could tell us it's coming holiday 2021, right? And then literally they could come out like in September and be like, oh man, you know what? We're actually not going to be done. This game is now delayed till sometime in 2022. Like I could literally believe Nintendo would do that. Because they always delay Zelda games. In fact, I think the one reason we don't have a date yet for Breath of the Wild 2, while we have a date for Pokemon, is because of the Zelda team's inconsistency at hitting targets, right? The Zelda team and EG and Nomo always put out target years and then don't hit those target years. Sometimes it's not their fault. Like Breath of the Wild, I think was Wii U's a failure. We're not launching it on that platform, right? So there's some extenuating circumstances, like GameCube's a failure. Let's delay Twilight Princess for Wii, right? There's extenuating circumstances sometimes, but those are just 2 examples. We've seen it with the handheld Zeldas too. We have seen delays of Zelda all the damn time. So that's, I think, why we don't have a date for Breath of the Wild 2, because when they give us a date, they don't want it to have a chance of being delayed. So if they say holiday 2021, it's coming out holiday 2021. They say March 2022, it's going to come out then. I just don't think Nintendo is going to plan the release of Zelda to come around a time when a major Pokemon game, not a remake, a major Pokemon game is planned to come out at the moment when the Pokemon Company has a better track record of hitting their dates. If the Pokemon Company says early 2022, history tells you they're more likely than not going to hit that target. So that's why, that's my big counter to your thought that it's coming out in March is, I don't think it's coming out around the time that game is. And you're assuming that game's going to get delayed. And that's fine, Warp Chaos. You can assume the game's going to get delayed. It's just history tells you it's probably not going to get delayed. History says it's a Pokemon game. It's probably not getting delayed. History tells you, if they give you a date for Zelda, it's probably being delayed. So, again, we'll see what happens. None of us know. We're all guessing, right? There's no love lost here, Warp Chaos. You're free to think what you want. I've had these debates with other people too. I don't really care. At the end of the day, we all just want to play Breath of the Wild 2, right? We all just want to try Pokemon Legends Arceus, right? We want these games to be great. We want them to be all they can be, and we want to have a lot of fun with them, whether they come this year, next year, 2023, or beyond, right? Metroid Prime 4, I want it this year. Probably not going to get it this year. Might not get it next year. I have no idea. But we all want the games, right? All that's important is we get the games and we play them and we enjoy them. At this point, we're all just speculating and guessing when things are going to come out. I think it's coming this year. You think it's coming next year. We both have our reasons for why we think so. And that's that. One of us is right, one of us is wrong, or we're both wrong. That's a possibility as well. You think March, It might not be March. It could be holiday next year. It could not even come out next year. It might not come out to 2023. Like, we could all be wrong. It could be in development hell for all we know. And that's the update we get at E3. A little teaser trailer, and then they say 2023. We don't know, right? Like, it's all guesswork at this point. We don't have, like, hardly any information on either of these games. Legends Arceus or Breath of the Wild 2. Kind of crazy how little information we have about both of these games. Breath of the Wild 2 gets delayed. I expect a major game this holiday. Well, and that's the thing. You know, it might not even be planned for this year. We have to remember, Breath of the Wild 2 might not even be planned to come out before March of 2022. If they're planning for Breath of the Wild 2 to be the major holiday game next year, that means they obviously have another game this year to pair with Pokemon. Maybe it's a Mario game. Maybe they think DK is going to be the game to do it. I don't know. But Nintendo has a plan. They always have a plan. Like, people thought, really, we're just going to get Pikmin 3 Deluxe last year? No. Out of nowhere, they dropped Age of Calamity. And Nintendo knew they were going to drop it the whole time. So, they always have a plan. Yeah, their plans probably got adjusted because of COVID, but they always have a plan. Did I talk about Bayonetta 3? Bayonetta 3 came up briefly. I think it's getting out. I don't think it's coming out this year. That might be bad news for you. And I think it's getting fully unveiled at the Game Awards, and it's releasing in 2022. I'm thinking 2022 summer, maybe May, June period. I think it'll take up whatever. Like if Legends comes like in January somehow, then I think Bayonetta 3 could come in March. If I think if I think it's going to be more like March, April for Legends Arceus, I think March is probably more likely. Then May probably, maybe April. It could be April for Bayonetta 3. They don't have to put 2 months between. Do you think Legends will also follow Breath of the Wild's DLC schedule? I think they'll have DLC planned, but they're going to pause it to see how sales do. Because you got to remember, Legends Arceus is an experimental game for Game Freak. They've never made anything like it before. So this is a first time. So they're going to be playing around with ideas and see what happens. Bayonetta 3 is a Halloween release. It would be nice. Nah, it would be. I mean, I would like Bayonetta 3 this year. It could very well be done already. I have no reason to think it's not done. It's just, I don't know. It's all about Nintendo's release schedule, right? Nintendo controls the release schedule of the games they publish. So even if Bayonetta 3 is done, Nintendo will decide when the best time is to release it. I don't know when that is, because I don't know what Nintendo has up their sleeve. So no Switch Pro this year. I think we are getting Switch Pro this year. But why are you saying no Switch Pro? I think we're getting it, but it might not happen. I have no idea. But I don't think we're going to hear about it till September. Look to September to hear about Switch Pro. Not E3. Paperboy 3. Nice. Yeah, Splatoon 3 feels like a summer title. Splatoon in general just always feels like a summer title, I don't know what it is about the squids. It just always has that summer feel to it, right? And it's going to sell no matter when they release it. Like, Splatoon's now big enough. It doesn't need holiday periods or anything like that, so. The stream is still going. Not only is the stream still going, we're still at 170 plus people watching. We've basically been sitting between like 160 and like 220 all night. Crazy, man. Crazy, man. Is this what happens on Saturday nights? Because usually by this time, we're down to like 60 people. But it's Saturday night. And the feeling's right. Ooh, ah. Doo-dee-doo-dee-doo-da. It's Saturday night, and the feeling's right. Right now we go to town. Let's see here. Your idea of the specs of a Switch Pro. I'm not going to talk about that right now. I'm going to wait. Switch Pro is probably going to be a big conversation point after E3, so I'm going to wait. I'm going to save any thoughts I have for Switch Pro at the moment till we're past the E3 period. By the way, E3 period lasts past E3. Because if you guys don't remember, there's the E3 and our event and all that. But then after E3, we always get all the interviews. So we'll have all the interviews and follow-up coverage. That'll probably carry us for a couple weeks. And then we'll start focusing a bit more on whatever big game's coming out. Whatever the release slate is. And then we'll start looking towards, hey, okay, let's start. I think we're going to get a lot more smoke after E3 for Switch Pro is basically what I'm saying. So we'll worry about Switch Pro conversations then, because I've done a lot of Switch Pro talk in the past, and now I'm kind of glad that I've had that conversation put to bed for now. We'll bring it back up after E3 at some point. Probably by the end of June, we'll probably start talking about Switch Pro again. I mean, there could be news that comes for it before then, but I'm just saying that I think by the end of June or so, we'll have more Switch Pro conversations. Saturday nights, all right. I'm back. Do you think the Metroid 2D for the Switch is going to be a sequel to Metroid Fusion? I have no idea. It could, but I don't know. Whatever Mercury Steam's working on, I have no idea. Why didn't Nintendo was publishing DC's Superhero Girls? Because nobody else would. Why did Nintendo publish Marvel Ultimate Alliance 3? Because nobody else would. Why did Nintendo pick up Bayonetta 2 and Bayonetta 3? Because nobody else would publish it. And they feel it's obviously a good enough quality game to attach their name to. Do you think Nintendo will ever renovate the Switch main menu to make it look nicer, add themes, music, etc.? No. Will they renovate the eShop? Sure. Will they renovate Nintendo Switch Online? Well, they said they're putting research and development into it, so probably. Are they going to renovate the base home screen? Add themes, add music? No. You're never getting themes. You're never getting music. All you're going to get are minor updates. Like, they might eventually add folders, right? They already did an update that let you organize games a little bit better. So they might add folders someday, but they're not going to do a major overhaul. I wish they would, but they're not going to. Got to remember, guys, one thing to remember when you're asking for like this massive overhaul of the Switch UI. We are how many years in the Switch? We're at least at the midway point, right? That's what the president said. We're at least at the midway point. You think halfway into the cycle they're going to suddenly overhaul the entire UI? No. They ain't touching that stuff. The next overhaul will be on their next gen system, whatever that ends up being. Way to crush our dreams, Nate.
Oh, baby, you love the way I crush your dreams. But that's okay, 'cause I bring ice cream. Ooh, ooh.
Gotta crush those dreams. I'm happy to be wrong, by the way. It's not like I know. I just don't see it coming. Fight me. My predictions for E3. I did a video on it already, but I'm going to save. I'm saving it. We have an entire show to do for E3. Saving it. Saving it. It would be nice if all new Star Wars game would release on Nintendo. Wouldn't it? Wouldn't it though? All right. Probably getting to the point we should probably start wrapping it up around here. Of course, I said that last night, and then what happened, right? Kept going and going and going because I'm like the Energizer Bunny. Because this is the song that never ends. Oh, can't sing that one. Nope.
It goes on and on, my friends.
God dang copyrights. What'd you say? Oh, jeez. Oh my gosh, what am I doing these days?
what you say. Ooh, it would only end well.
Well, actually, I don't remember the rest of the words to that song. I really like that song too. I haven't heard it in a while. You know what the Metroid Prime? You know when Metroid Prime 4 is releasing? No, I do not. Another trip to Tequila Town tonight. We'll see. We are at $70 in super chats, so it would take 30 more to hit 100 to get Tequila Town out. Remember, tequila is if we get $100 super chat, solo super chat or donation, or if we get to $100 total for the night. That's one. So every $100 in super chats, we do that. Not during E3, but like on the stream like tonight. It's Saturday night, but yeah, I have a feeling we're not going to be getting there. Then again, wasn't this about where we were? I swore this is about where we were last night, right? I swear that like we were right about at this point. You know, it was about 15 minutes earlier than this. But it's like we're at $70 in super chats. We're not going to get to 100. And then someone came through and dropped $16 out of nowhere. And then all of a sudden people looked at it as, man, we might get to 100. And then all of a sudden 2 people team up and get us there. So never say never, right? I'm still streaming. I haven't hit end stream. It's possible it could still happen. Someone could come in and be like, drink. Do you think Nintendo will make another crossover game like Mario plus Rabbids anytime soon? No, I don't think they're going to make anything. Will another company ask them about making it? Maybe. Holy moly, that's a lot of alcohol. I mean, it's like all brand new too. With 1 point, this thing's like, dude, you can do curls. Let me curl them both. Hold on. You guys are jealous of these pythons, aren't you? Yeah, I've got these 4-inch biceps over here. 4 inches. That's what she said. Oh man. We need Midnight Naomi and Isaac back on stream. Yeah, dude. We're clearly not going to get there tonight, and that's all right. Can't get there every night. I know. It's rum chata. It's a huge bottle of rum chata. I mean, look at this. So this is like a... What size is this? Does it even say? It doesn't even say what size this is. You know it's bad when they don't put a size on the bottle. All right, well, let's grab the UV cherry. I know this has a size. So, wait, this doesn't have a size? I thought UV cherry had a size on it. Oh, yeah. So this is 750 milliliters, right? Like a standard bottle of cheap booze. So, like, you know what they say? This is you. And this is the guy they tell you not to worry about. That thing is huge. It's a big bottle of booze. Frappe chata? I don't like frappes, so. Do you think Super Mario Party 2... I know, what is it for? It's so bad. Do you think Super Mario Party 2, Mario Kart 9, and Virtual Console is coming to Nintendo Switch? It won't be called Super Mario Party 2, but a new Mario Party game will be coming. Mario Kart 9, I think, will come to Switch eventually. I don't know if it's coming this year. And Samus Hunter says VC is coming, so, or some sort of VC thing. So, sure, someday. Hopefully this year. I am concerned for you because you are drinking every night because of these streams. I actually am. I don't want to lose you. Oh, whoa. Are we about to have a serious conversation? All right. Let's talk. I'm cool with that. Let's talk. Me. Grab the old water. Let's talk about the drinking. So tonight, I have had, I don't know, 3 shots of rum chata at 13.7% alcohol. That's just the average percentage. I have had not even half a beer. I have had half of one of these tiny bottles of Jaeger for 1 shot. And I have had a single shot of apple pucker sour. Now, to some people, that sounds like a lot. Okay. That is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 shots and half a beer, right? That's nothing. I'm literally, it's like I didn't drink at all. Now, you could talk about your liver, right? Because it doesn't matter how you feel. Just because my brain isn't hammered and drunk and buzzed doesn't mean my liver can handle it, right? There are certain things I do to help my liver. As an example, I eat a ton of asparagus. Okay? Asparagus helps the liver. I don't eat it because I drink, by the way. I eat asparagus because it's freaking delicious. And it's part of my daily diet. So I eat a ton of asparagus. On average, during my streams, I drink a single beer. Now, Friday and Saturday nights, I usually stream on Saturday nights, but Friday nights are usually the heavy nights, right? It's Friday night. Other people are drinking at home. They want to drink with me. They want to do shots with me. Friday nights are party nights, right? But Monday and Tuesday this week, you want to know how much I had to drink on Monday and Tuesday? I didn't even finish a beer. I didn't even stream on Tuesday. But Monday, I didn't even drink a single beer. I had to dump it out the next day. I finished half a beer. At what, 5.5% alcohol? I finished half a beer. Did you know your liver can process 1 beer per hour on average, right? 1 beer per hour on average. So what happens when people have alcoholism and drinking problems is they overdrink so much, their liver can't process all the alcohol before they start drinking again. So when you do that, that's how you cause your liver to die. You overwork your liver to a point that it can't process what you're drinking. A single beer was already done being processed essentially by the end of my stream on Monday in my liver. It was already done, already taken care of. And I didn't even finish it. Didn't drink on Tuesday. I don't drink on live streams on podcast nights, right? Never drink on Wednesdays. Thursday, we finished a single beer. So we went from half a beer on Monday to a whole beer on Thursday. And then there was last night where, sure, last night we had 2 shots of Jaeger, a shot of tequila, and then it was all beer and seltzer. My body was done processing it before I even woke up. I've done all the science on this. So when you worry about, he's going to become an alcoholic, do you not see what I'm doing? Do you not notice that basically I'm just drinking a single beer throughout the course of my streams? And even when you throw in the rum chata for $5, it takes, in case you didn't know, 3 shots of rum chata to equal the amount of booze in a beer. Now you go, how does that make sense? There's 13.75% of alcohol in a shot of rum chata. There's only 5.5%. Yes, but you're drinking a higher volume when you drink this. So that 5.5% is in every sip you take. It's all about volume control. So I'm fine. Damn, I gotta worry about me. You should worry about me when I'm not streaming and I go party with my friends. That's when you should worry. When I'm at home, I'm very controlled. And drinking lots of water dilutes it, and it also makes it easier for your liver. You wonder why you don't get hungover. You drink this, keeps you from being dehydrated, and it also, drinking water helps your liver process stuff as well. I'm not dumb. I have this down to a science. This has nothing to do with being an alcoholic. Alcoholics don't care about any of that shit. Alcoholics drink to get drunk, and then they stay drunk. And they drink to get drunk, and they stay drunk, and they stay drunk, and they overdrink, and they're puking, and they're abusive. They can't walk. They can't see. They're just dumb. They just drink. They're slurring their words. They can't even, I'm doing these dances. They can't even do that. They're just gone. I know because my dad used to be an alcoholic. I know because I have my best friend, Eric. His dad is currently an alcoholic. No. But I appreciate the concern. I'm cool with it. It's fine to be concerned for my well-being. Just know, I've been doing this for not 35 years, but I've been drinking for 14 years. I know what my limits are. I know what my body can handle. I know when it's time to cut myself off. And since you haven't been here for super, super long, I assume, there were streams back in 2018 where I cut myself off straight up. We had so many donations coming in, right? We one night we had our record night for super chats. We made $763 one night, believe it or not, in super chats way back in 2018. It was crazy. People were dropping big donation after big donation after big donation. And you guys know, big donations, what does that lead to? Tequila. What does that lead to? Jaeger. What is that? The big stuff. I'm not stupid. I cut myself off. The donations kept coming in, but I cut myself off. I said, look, this is the last shot I'm doing. I cannot do another shot for maybe 2 hours, if that. And that was it. Or what happened on another stream where we made 400 is I ended up doing 2 shots of tequila and then like 2 other shots. And I said, look, rest of the night, every donation, no matter small or big, I'm just doing a shot of beer. And that's it. I can control. I'm always in control. People always feel like I'm not in control because they see how I'm behaving. By now, you should just realize it's just who I am. I'm a fun guy, start to finish. It's just what I am. I know all about the toxicity levels. I just know what can happen when you drink every night. I don't drink every night. And actually, a beer a day is doctor approved. In case you didn't know. 2, 3, 4, 5 beers, no. But a beer a day is doctor approved. Beer a day, wine a day. Basically, 1 alcoholic beverage a day is considered good for you. As long as it's not affecting up here. Some people can't even handle a drink. It could just mess them up. But anyways, doesn't really matter. I'm not here to debate that anymore. I'm here to have fun. So, speaking of that, Taker 610 $2. I used to be able to do that whole roll thing where you could like roll it over and roll. I haven't done it since I was a kid though. Taker 610 says sugar is almost as bad of a vice. Sugar is often worse for a lot of people. Sodium too. Sodium is a bad one. Cheers. There are lots of things I've put in my body over the years that have damaged me a hell of a lot more than booze. I had a hernia. It wasn't because of my drinking. It's from all the Domino's pizza I was eating all the time. There's way worse things you could shove in your body. I do it responsibly. I control it. People don't always do that. Moderation is always best. That's why I always start my streams when I'm drinking and I say, hey, drink responsibly. Part of that is knowing what your body can handle, knowing the science, and knowing that, yeah, you absolutely can have drinks every day. There's people that have had drinks every day and live till they're 105. It's not that you can't drink every day. It doesn't kill your liver to drink every day. It's about how much you're drinking, how much time you put between when you drink the day before versus when you drink the day now. Are you getting plastered? Are you over drinking? Are you drinking more than your body is capable of processing? Etc., etc., etc. There's a whole scientific research all done on this that shows you can drink every day. Drinking every day is not the problem, it's the amount. Alcoholics, it's the amount. If an alcoholic just wanted a beer every day, they'd be fine. Their body wouldn't have any issues with it. The problem with alcoholics is they don't stop at a beer. It's a 6-pack. It's a 12-pack. It's, a 12-pack and 8 shots. They don't stop. They don't have self-control. Have I ever smoked weed? Absolutely. Nintendo going to have big games announced at C3? Yes. I I didn't want to debate, but I'm glad you know how to handle yourself with the booze. I guess it's just other people and how they can't. Yeah. See, that I think that's what happens is people see that, oh man, every time he streams he's having drinks. Oh geez. Because we all know people, right? I think every single one of us knows someone who can't control themselves, who indulge. And that's a problem, right? It's one thing to have like a bender of a weekend, right? You know, once in a blue moon, you go, you know, hang out with your old buddies from high school. You guys go rent a cabin and you have a bender for a weekend, right? Like that happens, okay? But like if that's happening every weekend, that's a problem. If that's happening every weekend and then also on Wednesday, that's a problem. Shouldn't be having benders that often. Your body is being punished, whether you believe it or not. I don't judge you. Drink all you want. That's another thing, too. If I ever die someday from alcohol poisoning, or because I killed my liver, or something crazy, right? I keel over, whatever. Here's what I say to that. One, I'm not afraid to die. I am afraid to leave my kids fatherless and to leave Yulia without me. But I'm not afraid of death. I feel like I lead a pretty good life. And whatever's to come to me in the next life, if there is a next life, I think it's probably going to be pretty good. Not that I want to kill myself. I don't want to die. But I'm not afraid to die. So, in the grand scheme, I feel like we're only in this body once. Let's enjoy our life. That's just my feeling, though. But obviously, don't enjoy it in a way that hurts others or hurts yourself. Intentionally hurts yourself. Or even unintentionally. Well, no. Even a lot of alcoholics, they know they're hurting themselves. But I've been through enough people who are alcoholics to know, oh my God, no, I don't want to be like that. That doesn't even look enjoyable. You walked into a conversation. I'll be 30 in July. Aren't you July too? I am July 5th. I turned 35. Watermelon. Yeah, I think it's just hard for some people, you know. There's always, yeah, it is what it is. I think that conversation is done and over with. Lawsuit, witness protection, crime, etc. Think the Zelda games will be just 3DS ports in HD. Probably if they exist at all. Shay Cormac says, yo, Nintendo Prime, I need some help. My small sister's birthday is soon in July, and I want to buy her a Switch game. She tried the Miitopia demo and loves some things as the Pokemon Let's Go Eevee. Okay. So you need some help. Okay. She wants a Switch game. She tried Miitopia demo. Did she like the Miitopia demo? If she liked it, then buy Miitopia. Wait. Oh, you want to know the buyer? Oh, you want to know Miitopia or Pokemon Let's Go Eevee? She likes both? Is that what you're saying? She likes Miitopia and Let's Go Eevee? I want to be clear. You're debating between those two games? Yes. Okay. That's tough. See, I have Pokemon Let's Go Eevee, and I love it. I'm not really that into Miitopia. So, like, my personal opinion is go with Pokemon. Can't go wrong with Pokemon. There's a lot of other Pokemon games for her to get into after that, right? So it's like, she really likes Pokemon Let's Go Eevee. Hey, there's other Pokemon games you can buy her down the line. Whereas Miitopia, it's just Miitopia and there's nothing else. But at the same point, that's just my personal opinion. I don't really like Miitopia that much. So, you know. Loki Ravenstorm says, cheers, you'll be 38 on July 5th. No, geez, we have the same birthday? Same day anyways? Nice. Someone say my camera is blurry? No, it's not. You might want to refresh your stream. I can see my camera feed over here. It's not blurry. Like, I'll go look at my stream right now on my phone. Pretty sure it's not blurry. You just need to refresh, or your internet speed's really slow, or you're running my stream at a really low resolution. Whoops, that's not my stream. Where's my live stream? Oh, there it is. Whoa. Loud. Hey, at least there's ads running on my stream. Oh, yeah, I'm clear as hell. I'm crystal clear. I got a nice 1080p going. It's a little blurry, man. Trust me. So it's funny. It's a little blurry. Other people, it's not blurry. It's a little blurry. It's not blurry. How much have you had to drink tonight? I go look at it. Not blurry. I look at my Streamlabs. Not blurry. Like, how much have you guys been having? Maybe take the drunk goggles off. How's your Saturday night going? Or at this point, Sunday morning. All right. I think I'm gonna call that a stream. We're getting close to 12:30. I gotta catch some Z's tonight. I've seen the recent MCU shows on Disney Plus. Yes, I have. All right. I have to go catch some Z's. Thank you so much for tuning in. Let me give a shout out to everybody who super chatted and all that tonight. And subscribed and all that jazz. We'll give a shout out to all those new people up in here and all those donations and all that, because I believe in giving as much thanks as I can to those that show monetary support, but also thank you to everyone who watches, subscribes, likes my videos, all that jazz. So let me zoom back here and get all of this. This was a special Saturday live stream. Do not plan for me to do these very often, please. I am not someone that does weekend live streams often. Obviously, we'll be streaming on the weekend for E3, but that's a whole different event. So let me scroll down here and get all of this for Saturday, and then we'll go to Sunday because I think there was a couple things on Sunday. So we had Loki Ravenstorm become a member tonight. Thank you again for joining the member of the board club, becoming a member of the board. We have Taker 610 with a $2 super chat. Johnny Luram with a $2.99. Thank you so much for that. Chad Pickett with a $5 super chat. Taker 210 with a $2 dono. We had MDog5 subscribe. Nintendo Next Door subscribe. Master Mike became a member of the board. Thank you for that at the champion level. My Dixie Wrecked subscribe tonight. Thank you for that. Taker 610 with another $2 super chat. Taker 610 with another $2 super chat. Tragan Games subscribed. ZK4 Dice subscribed tonight. Thank you for that. Ray Woods donated $20 tonight. Thank you so much for that super chat. Tragan Films subscribed tonight. Mocha77 Super Dead. William Bennett Jr. Paul Gale gave a $1.99 super chat tonight. Thank you so much for that. Ray Woods became a member of the board of directors. Ray Woods donated $5 super chat. Fossils TV subscribed tonight. We had Miles Dolding with a $5 super chat tonight. Thank you for that. Peter Harris subscribed tonight. Taker 610 with a $2 super chat. And then let's see if anything happened. I think that's it. That was it. Cool. All right. We made it to the end. Thank you guys so much for tuning in. I hope you had a good night. And I'll catch you guys live on Monday. Otherwise, probably a standalone video at some point tomorrow. Sunday is cleaning day in our house. So we're going to be cleaning it up. MVT says, I don't know, man. Viewership has been consistently high. The people have spoken. They want more Saturday streams. Not going to happen. I'm going to tell you why it's not going to happen. Let me briefly talk about this for a second. Why do I have my stream schedule set up the way it is? Monday, Tuesday, podcast Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. Why? My fiance works Monday through Friday, 4 p.m. to midnight. I work during the day. So, since she works 4 to midnight, I need something to do with my time at night. So I stream. Okay? Weekends come, she has off. I have off as well. So what do we do on weekends? We spend time together. I have 3 kids. I have a fiance. We work all weekend. Well, all week, I should say. So, yeah, we spent time together. Now, yeah, I'm sure my Saturday E3 stream is going to have a lot of people. I'm sure if I ever stream again on a random Saturday in the future, it's going to do well. But, you know, I got a life. I can't base my life around when I can maximize viewership. Saturday nights are always a good night for streaming because people have off, they have time, right? They can stay up late. It's just not a good time for me. I'm a family man. So, when do I game? Weekends. It's funny. It's like, oh man, when do I spend time with my fiance? Weekends. When do I spend time with my kids? Weekends. When do I game? Weekends. I also play games during the week sometimes too. Am I on Adderall? No. I am not on anything at the moment. I've never been on Adderall, by the way. The only thing I've ever been on in my life was blood pressure medication. So yeah. Anyways, thank you guys for tuning in. Peace.